A very warm welcome back to Shanghai for live coverage of the Perfect World Masters. Day number 1, group stage is about to get underway. We're going to drop you into the draft very shortly indeed. SG versus VG. We're back with Jack and Cap, or Cap and Jack. I haven't quite got that down yet, but it's a good duo. We like it a lot. What are you expecting draft-wise? Anything funky? Anything new? Any strange creatures in boots with swashbuckling swords?
I think. Whoa.
Whoa.
That was an intense animation.
Scared him there.
I just looked over at the TV screen and there was something falling down on us. So the thing about SG Esports is that their playstyle in the past has been sort of based around a couple of things. First of all, ADR makes for a really good carry mid. The safe lane is usually some sort of like more fighting style hero, so like Juggernaut, Lifestealer, these sort of things. I think Theo, when 4 positions are so important, Theo stands out. He
Because of the type of heroes he
made
plays?
games for them on Earthshaker.
Yeah.
He did not make as many other games on other heroes. He's I feel like has a pretty limited hero pool in that regard. So you're talking like Earthshaker, Clockwork. Those are kind of, Spirit Breaker. Those are kind of the heroes that he plays. But I don't feel like I've seen any performance out of him that was nearly as close as good as his Earthshaker on the international stage. In against other SA teams, it's a little bit different just because the meta, I feel like, results to be a little bit differently when you match up in your own region.
Okay.
They've been picking him like I think Slardar and stuff a lot to.
Yep.
So
Slardars in his bag.
Like it feels like you said, it feels like he wants to like go around and make some trouble. And so if you see 2 of the early bans like Undying and Bane, you tend to see as very strong kind of bullying static lane supports. And then if you have that kind of setup, like sometimes it's harder for your roaming forward to really find windows or find openings to make plays because you can't really fight into that static lane, but you don't want to be standing there either. You're also at a disadvantage. So that might be what they're thinking a bit early on in this draft. And then I've heard some rumblings that this like SD Luna type of thing is back again, and could very well go something down that road.
I was going to ask you about this. I was like, damn, does China value Shadow Demon that much? Because I do feel like Shadow Demon got a lot of buffs. It's kind of crazy. Both him and Vengeful Spirit are like really value 5 position supports because of the extra illusion that they get. Vengeful Spirit, your allies die, they become illusions. SD, if you get a Soul Catcher killing an enemy, they turn into an illusion as well. But also, Shadow Demon's got a lot of poison stacks that he now gets buffed out of talents. So, wow.
Hello.
That's an old school combo. An SD Elder Titan. So there are a lot of combinations in Dota 2 that go with Shadow Demon. SD Mirana is probably the most prevalent of all of them. But SD Elder Titan, kind of equally as strong with the guaranteed stomp.
So this is our Lanham Elder Titan.
It's almost like a throwback to like, I don't know, like kind of pre-TI6. There's like SD Luna, SD Terrorblade, Elder Titan picked early on, Void, things like that to combo together.
You see a strong prevalence of all the team fight heroes. Like Elder Titan, Sand King, very important. Team fighting heroes, Dazzle and Shadow Demon, both a big team fight hero because of the saving mechanism that they give. SD is a little bit more offense. Dazzle is really surprising to me because I feel like we aren't fully in the meta of defensive 5 positions just yet. But that being said, I do feel like there's a divergence in the meta and which direction we're going to go. Not fully set yet, but we're seeing teams like double 4 positions off of their supports and just do like a lot of heavy focus on laning phase and roaming, and focus on putting like supports into the off lane, enable the off laner, win your lane against the enemy carry, that sort of thing. And then we've also seen the other side of things, which is the return of the safe lane carry. Right, a very defensive lineups that focus on being able to protect your safe lane carry, and you actually have a mid who's being more of the aggressor, and your safe laner is more of the hard carrying style hero. So
Dazzle is one of Bardo's though. It is something he has picked throughout 707, so it's not completely away from what they're used to.
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about it, right? SG is going to be a team that has already established their own kind of meta. I really like that. The fact that they stick with their own strategies despite the fact that no one else is really running the same thing that they are.
I mean, isn't that a first sign of madness, Cap?
No, because it worked. They beat VG Gaming 2-0. They took a game off of Keen. At least one game against Liquid was okay.
Yeah, no, it was good.
Well, that's a big
The first
question.
game was very good for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah. It ended pretty quickly after that, but it was a 20-minute game, all right.
22 minutes.
That's a big question at the central core of many teams, right? It's like, do we have an identity? Do we kind of develop our what importance is the meta to a team? Does a team want to be counterpicking what's popular, develop something that beats that?
Yeah.
Do they want to be responding and counterpicking other teams, or do they want to develop their own style and have their own valuations of heroes? That's always the
And
hardest
let the
thing.
other team pick against them.
Yeah, there's so much information to weigh, and so you don't want to be like a one-trick pony and just have like one or two things that you play, people figure it out, and you struggle. We've seen teams have success with that, though. You may make a run all the way, heck, like CDC to the TI finals before someone figures out what you're doing, or even VG Gaming and TI4, something like that.
CDEC TI5.
Right.
All the way through. The Lunar ban, which, I
Yeah.
guess, they're just covering.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Shattered Demon Luna.
Yeah.
Being back. Magnus, I'm thinking Juggernaut immediately. SG Esports are one of those teams, but Shattered Demon is quite good against most of the carries that run with Magnus. Lifestealer, Juggernaut, both of them are pretty harmed by the Purge or the Disruption, one way or the other, because they're pretty single target focus.
It's a block pick as well. I mean, this is like one of Young Eleven's signature heroes. So they probably, and there's a lot of pairings that go with it too. So they probably didn't want to deal with that.
RP into Elder Titan ult. That would be pretty scary. Tidehunter instead, I feel like he's definitely one of the big winners out of the 707 patch. He's definitely back. The offlane meta feels like it's very important to have a lot of survivability there because there's more prevalence of defensive tri-lanes. You can't get as greedy with your offlaners anymore, and you still want a big focus on team fight. Tide also got individual buffs himself via his talents. He's just made into like this tanky beast now off of his Kraken shell.
Also with like Magnus, I think so for SG and a lot of teams, like you tend to have more of a as we said, like a magic damage core, like a tempo core coming out of your mid instead of someone who necessarily scales off of Empower. And so you pick that Tide Hunter, like there's probably going to be some kind of physical damage coming out of that safe lane. Tide is like an issue for a lot of those heroes in lane, or at least he's not afraid to die. And so he can get farm, he can get to like where he needs to progress. So it's like a pretty safe pick for them because now it becomes harder to pick your safe lane, mid lane combination. You're probably not going to pick something that scales, or you can just run the Magnus mid yourself.
Yep. 11's third most picked in the last 3 months is Tidehunter. Has favoured it quite a lot in this latest patch as well.
Have you seen Monkey King Magnus? So they're gonna pick up their mid first here with the Mirana.
And they expected it
Immediately
and
a
went
storm.
straight for a storm.
Oh, this is a pretty good Storm game so far. You have RP, that's the big threat. Sand King stun is a threat early, but you're thinking that Blink Dagger timing is probably like maybe within 5 minutes you're going to have a Lincoln sometime after that for Storm. And maybe that's a little bit early, but like 10 minutes, let's say, where there's a window where Sand King can threaten Storm Spirit a lot.
There is still some catch for him in the form of the Magnus, but also like when you see a lot of teams play Magnus, they'll kind of like look for him and not hunt him down specifically. He's not a hero that wants to be gone on. He wants to be doing that. And so if you have Storm, if you have a hero that's a bit more mobility out of the court position, you can kind of just make sure that you find him or get on top of him and stop him from doing what he wants.
Yeah, and Storm destroys those like very defensive fly positions that want to be able to sit way in the back and just kind of chill. Storm pretty much guaranteed, like if he has any semblance of farm, he's going to go and almost one-shot the Dazzle once he has Orchid. Just jumps in, grabs him, pulls him, Orchids. Dazzle will end up dying. Really important for him to try and get a Glimmer Cape this game. Bloodseeker is going to be the ban here from SG Esports. They definitely want some sort of fighting core. Storm Spirit is going to be their hard carry.
What about the AM ban there from Vici?
Well, you're definitely going to have more of a harder carry pickup from SG. It's going to be that difference in playstyle that we talked about, where the mid is going to be the carry on one side and the safe laner is going to be the real hard carry on the other side. So
they saw the Bloodseeker ban, so they and obviously like the Storm is there, so the AM is something that although Shadow Demon does okay against the anti-mage from as far as supports go.
They just don't have that much big lockdown against an AM either.
There's still, I don't know if they run Terrorblade in this case.
Oh my god. A Sven and a Storm and a Tidehunter. So traditionally all three of these heroes have been like very farmy. And this means VG Gaming like guaranteed has the late game, like no matter what. So I think SG Esports actually try and pick up the pace of this game.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a little bit rough though, because again, Sven is going to be one of those great heroes against any of the Magnus combo heroes. So the Lifestealer, Juggernaut, like neither one of them is very happy with the armor and tankiness that Sven outputs.
Between the armor and if you get anchor smashed, anything like that, it's going to be real hard
Slark.
for you to chop through.
All right.
Wow.
That's a signature hero, I would say, for SG, and he's back.
Yeah, and Slark is like one of those heroes that like can do okay against Sven. It's really dangerous though, because you can't get bursted so quickly, but you do feed off of the fact that if you're able to get off your ultimate and just play off of the constant stat steals that you're going to be getting, play the in and out game, really play for your mobility. I definitely like VG Gaming's lineup a lot more. A lot more.
It looks pretty brutal on paper anyway. We've seen executes go wrong before, but I'm guessing that you're not going to favour that this time around.
No, I think maybe VG Gaming has learned a little bit since their last matchup against SG. At least I feel like in this first draft, the Magnus was definitely the outlier for me. That felt like third pick Magnus didn't sound like the best thing in the world. I do feel like that whole entire strategy got countered pretty heavily. So now Magnus is basically an RP. He's no longer that big damage amp. Slark doesn't take as much advantage of it as other heroes.
I like the pick with the Slark, because at least you're not dependent as much on like the right-click damage itself, but more on the stat steal and things like that to get the kills. I think the danger for VG is before they can get to that synergy point where like their big team fight can take over. If they don't reach that point safely, if SG is able to apply that pressure and lanes come out, get some good pickoffs and rotations, then they can snowball pretty quickly. I mean, just in general, like lane control is so much more important now. It keeps trending that way. Like you don't want to give up map control. That means bounties, which are worth a bit more as of last night as well, going forward from like the 13-minute mark or something onwards. You don't want to give up that lane control, which means you need to have viable lanes at least. So we'll see if SG can play those early advantages up against VG.
They got a snowball.
They got a snowball. All right, well, time to head over to our commentary team for the opening game of the Perfect World Masters. Can SG start things off against the odds? And they definitely are up against it. As we'll head over to our commentators, Lyrical and Blitz.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, up against the odds. They're in China. They're playing against China. Will, do you like anything really about the SG draft? The panel was pretty morbid about it. It was looking rough. What do you think?
I think it's a pretty free Storm game.
Okay.
Like, no bias. I think that this is, once you get like a Lincoln's or a PKB, it's really hard to burst down the Storm for SG. Like, they need to get this Sand King online at a reasonable pace. Like, Theo getting a Blink Dagger is pretty key for this. Like, you can still kill him early on. You just, like, Blink Stun into Arrow, but you need to do that early and often. Like, he's going to have to smoke gank mid, get as much of an advantage as possible.
Okay. Well, and that's something that we're going to keep our eyes on. He starts with the boot, so it's pretty easy to make that rotation happen. We do have Costabile on a Slark. This is a hero that everybody was saying was like basically dead in the water since, you know, there's now Hex that's undispellable. Does that like make you think that you want to go for an early or Hex on the Storm at all, or is that just too big of an investment?
Nah, there's like no reason you ever go that item on that hero. It's like super rare to go Hex on Storm because the mana regen is like okay, but it's a really expensive item. It doesn't give you attack speed. It's not really a defensive item either. Like, it's pure offense, and in that regard, like, there are better items, right? Like Bloodstone, Shivas, Lincolns. Like, Lincolns in this game is pretty sick.
Okay.
So is BKB. Like, once he gets his 3-item timing on Storm, it's going to be a really nice game for Ori.
Well, we'll watch for that and see how his early game goes. For now, at least, it's just going to be a Mirana versus the Storm in the 1v1 mid matchup. Anything to really watch out for here? Kill potential from either side?
There's like no Storm can't kill anybody in lane. It's if you die to a Storm in lane without a gank, then something went horribly wrong. Like, you just got outplayed most of the time. But Mirana's got some kill potential on Storm. It's pretty annoying. Although Ori is trading pretty okay so far, but as soon as 40R gets his level 2, gets his level 3, and gets some levels, he's going to be just fine this lane.
Okay. It is an aggro lane down bottom, and they do have a pounce now on a paparazzi. A little bit of damage being expended, but just stat steal for the moment. They're able to get that disruption, separate things out a little bit. A lot of aggression, though. The stun comes through onto 2, starting to bring them low. That's going to be first blood. Maybe they can find themselves a Lanham pick off to end. They do have the proc. No, they actually don't have it. No level 2 on Theo, so Lanham just gets away.
Just casually walks away down there, and that's the benefit of having Sven in your tri-lane. He's so powerful. A lot of stats as they're going to make a go of it again.
Oh my goodness gracious, the stun to turn around yet again. They get the disruption, and that's going to keep Fenrir alive, and they end up finding another kill. Fenrir does finally die. Kostabile got the finish there, but he's taken a ton of damage from Lanham. A double kill already. Now the follow-up stun, they put it together perfectly, and going to be able to bring down Bardino, maybe, not quite.
And this is a pretty disastrous start so far. Goes without saying, as Vici already getting a lot of different kills. The start goes down as well. He's going to have to walk his way down there. Level 2 has that Dark Pack, doesn't have Essence Shift. It's been pretty rough for him. He's got 9 tangos, but hasn't been able to utilize any of them because the burst damage from Vici is just a little bit too strong. And that's the benefit of having an ET against a tri-lane on tri-lane situation. When that Astral Spirit goes through a bunch of creeps, 3 heroes, he's going to hit hard. And you don't really expect that from an Elder Titan early on. And meanwhile, this top lane, 11's going to do fine against this Magnus. Like, all 3 of their lanes right now are prospering.
You know, I don't know a ton about Dota, but I hear that if you win all 3 lanes, you're probably going to win the game. And this is looking pretty freaking rough right now. I was kind of wondering, because it looked like at the end of it there, they had very little time on SG in the draft, and I was wondering if maybe even they wanted the Sven or something themselves, but this is feeling like it's a really rough situation. How do you start to come away from this now if you're SG? What do you need to switch lanes or what?
No, I don't think so. It's only 3 minutes in. Your team fight is still really strong. The benefit of your team is based around this Magnus. Like, you can't really forget what your lineup is based around. I think I was telling you yesterday, like, always remember what your win condition is. And in this game, it's going to be Lopos is going to empower your Slark. The Slark's going to get really farmed. He's going to be able to do stacks, and he's just a much more mobile core. Okay. So when he's got the Empower, it enables him to farm at the same speed as the Sven, as well as giving him a lot of kill potential. And so you don't really panic. Like, the basis of your team still exists. It's really rough right now. Like, having 3 lanes go this poorly, like, even mid, Ori is putting the hurt on 40R, which is a little bit unexpected.
Well, Lanham and Paparazzi, again, just dominating that lane, even able to farm out the camp while it's happening. And as you said, 11-5 versus the 19-5 from Ori. And, well, we'll see if they can get themselves the rune here. 40R looking for it, but, oh, it's an arcane rune as well.
Yeah, he's just not really willing to trade hits, which is a bit surprising because he does have the leap. Like, I feel like if he maybe goes for an attempt, although if he misses the arrow, maybe he just loses the lane. Like, it's a pretty big mana investment too.
Yeah.
But he is suffering right now pretty heavily. And if you look at the top 4 net worths, 4 out of 5, all on the side of Vici, even this Elder Titan is doing excellently. Like, Lanham has the 3rd most farm on his team. Like, he's got more than the Sven does.
Yeah, he is a monster, and it doesn't really feel like it's going to stop that soon either. It's a hero that we don't see all that often. Is it just because it's this tri-lane and that was like their idea the whole time, or why is it succeeding so well?
I think the tri-lane on tri-lane situation is really nice. That hero has seen a significant amount of buffs lately. The talent tree is quite nice too. Whereas in the past it felt like it was a little bit underwhelming. The downside is, like, they've kind of just got, like, the 2 setup stuns and at bottom.
Oh, Kostabile is going to be able to get the Dark Pack off. They're still chasing for this, though. God, Lanham is so fast. The Warcry and everything else, and just putting the hurt to him. 8 CS right now for Kostabile, and nothing's coming easy for him.
Yeah, and in attempts like that, it's not really about getting the kill. It's just about sort of sending a message, being as annoying as possible.
Right.
Like, showing that you have the threat of the kill, and as long as they can keep flashing that, it keeps all the heroes down there, which allows for the other 2 lanes to have straight up 1v1 matchups, which is what you want in this position. Like, you want both your cores to be able to have these 1v1s since they're doing so well. Like, both, if I'm Vici right now, if I'm Ori in this Titan Hunter, I'm saying, like, everything's fine. If you just keep them in the lane and nobody else can get ganked, we're going to win 3 lanes pretty handily. So just keep it up. Not a whole lot to change here.
And then for SG's side, you mentioned eventually you can try and catch back up with Empower. Granted, it looks really rough right now. Costs about a level 3, 9 CS. He's 2 denies there as well. But I guess that there's the chance that later on everybody else can make space for him. I don't know. Still very rough situation. They're probably going to reconnect shortly. With Tidehunter having Ravage up at all, is that something where he could think about making anything happen around the map?
No, I don't think you have to force something like this. Because
Okay.
the issue is that if you TP bottom right now and you fail a Ravage, it's hard for your team to take that tower too. Like, it's not easy because Zanking can just sit there. They can pull the wave back with the Dazzle, and it's a heavy investment trying to take that bottom tier 1 tower. Like, you usually make that investment when the rest of your team has something to like get out of it. But for him to rotate that early, I think it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, if anybody's going to rotate, it's going to be this Magnus. But I don't think Leposa wants to move either, because he's still getting a pretty reasonable amount of farm. Like, he's the saving grace right now for SG. He'll have a reasonably timed Blink Dagger, and then he can just follow around the Slark, give him Empower repeatedly.
Okay. Well, we'll have to watch and wait and see. A 2,000 net worth lead. For a second there, I thought that said 7, and I was going to be very concerned.
At 5 minutes, 2,000 is still pretty significant.
Yeah. Experience a little bit of a better situation. It's a little bit sub 1K, but starting to feel like this is just going to be a rough situation. I guess trying to minimize as whatever losses you can if you're SG in that bottom lane. Is there a point where they force them completely out of the lane and take that tower, Vici can? A level point or an item timing or something?
Probably not. Like, I think if you're Vici, you want to just extend the laning phase as long as you possibly can.
Okay.
Like, you like this matchup. You have this Tide that can still go one-on-one against another melee hero, which is, unless he's against something like a Timber, is quite advantageous for him. Because anybody comes close, you swing away. And so far, Young Eleven's doing that. What I'd like to see him is connect to this neutral area, which is exactly what he's doing, so that you get double the farm. And because the downside is, like, Leposa's doing the correct thing here. He's also skipping the wave. So what he's doing is he's just trading evenly with the Tidehunter. And so the Tidehunter's like, wait a second, this is not what I want to happen. Like, I should be winning this lane. And so what he's doing right now is he's connecting it to this creep camp area so that he gets double the farm.
Oh, down there in the bottom lane. Almost able to catch themselves. He does get the burrow strike away. The chase forward. Ori getting a little bit aggressive. They have the amp on him as well. And Theo going to drop. But Dino not able to save. And with Moonlight Shadow, he'll be able to walk away.
Yeah, and Storm, if he gets a illusion rune, that'd be nice, but... Maybe the arrow? It
Oh
does
my
hit.
goodness, it actually ends up hitting. This would be huge. And they also have the illusions to get the extra damage out there. Ori almost going down, but he's not quite going to be there. 40R only had 1 leap, so he didn't want to commit it there and land him. They get the leap away, which means he doesn't hit.
Is
but
no
they
one gonna die
aren't going
here?
to find that? God, that really hurts. You'd love to be able to find something else. And there's the jump forward. They do find the kill. Dark Pact off immediately the stun.
Not exactly the target they wanted to go for. Ori barely gets out of there. Thought the Sand King stun was going to follow through. But it is going to be a decent rotation from 40R. Really nice arrow. Didn't have level 7 though, so the follow-up damage was just not enough. Still a little bit more of a recovery. That kill really helps SG out. Slark would have really liked the last hit, considering the situation that he's currently in.
Yeah. Who was it that got that one?
Dazzle did.
Dazzle, okay. I'll get
Marquinhos.
boots. Look, he's got boots for himself and some wards queued up. He's ready to go.
He is set for the game. No other items are necessary.
Man, that was almost as good as it could have gone, though, for SG. Like, picking up the illusion rune, the arrow hits, and then they're able to get the heal bomb off. Everything was looking good. And I guess at that point, it was probably Ori just, like, looking somewhere else on the map, maybe,
Yeah.
or something.
He probably just wasn't paying attention to it. Probably looking ahead or seeing like if he could make something happen with that Illu. But instead he barely gets away, slivers with his teeth.
Yeah.
Raindrops save lives.
It's the way to be.
Yeah.
Well, ward vision around the map also. We've seen a lot of wards placed down by this bottom rune spot. It does look like the Dire one is scouting out a good number of the SG players. But well, showing signs of life as we get back into the game now, 6.5 minutes in.
The last time we saw these two teams play, SG absolutely dominated. This time around, though, new patch. Things a little bit different here.
Opposed to just TPing away, realizing that there might have been a rotation in from the Tidehunter, who is maybe hunting. Are they going to try and group up for a smoke play up top?
I'm not sure what he's doing. He kind of just like walked back and forth. Like, Young 11 just missed like 2 waves of XP, and I'm not really sure why.
I was wondering if he was trying to find the mag, and then mag was like TPing away in the fog or something. But ends up looking okay for him. Laposa gonna farm up both of these camps simultaneously. And in the meantime, back towards mid, they found themselves Lanham. Not really much that they... Oh, arrow, okay. And Lanham is just dead.
Yeah, really nice, easy setup, big kill. When you're behind 2,000 gold, every little bit like that matters. Now the deficit gets cut in half. And this Mirana is doing quite a lot of work. Not the most CS that you've ever seen out of a Mirana, but still pretty reasonable.
Getting into position here to come and contest for the runes as well down bottom. In the meantime, Ori level 7, Tidehunter's 9. Gonna move back into lane against the mag, and Laposa needs to kind of hide away in the trees again. It's so scary facing off against that Tidehunter.
Yeah, you're not really afraid of dying too much this game to him, but it's more just really annoying. Getting constantly hit by the anchor. And so far, Young 11 doing quite well for himself. I do like that he hasn't forced himself to rotate or anything like that. We talked about it early on, like, does he have to move? The answer is no.
Right.
For the most part, you just want to extend this laning phase out as long as possible, as Lanham has came to mid, trying to get some XP. The Sven working on the stack. Significant amount of gold here too.
Yeah, this is a ton. They were able to stack that up a heck of a lot. And, well, all of this Fenrir soaking up experience while all this is happening. Vici winning the economy game and back up to a 2K net worth lead. Should be a little bit higher after this stack gets completed. But Vici making sure that their supports still get the levels.
Yeah, you gotta split this. Don't be too greedy. Your Shadow Demon is also really underleveled as a result of the laning phase, as Dazzle makes his way up forward, but Bardinho might just get stunned out here.
Yeah, they hit the sleep, and that should be a finish. So Bardinho, well, gets the grave, TP away maybe. Is this gonna work?
The poison's gonna catch him.
Yeah, he should die still in the fountain. Nice
Barely.
timing.
If he was sick, he gets raindrops. He buys the spite raindrops.
Nobody has time for that. Yeah, 3 points in Shadow Poison there. It's a lot of damage early on. As, well, up top, Thelio is going to be pushed back again by Young 11, but he's still going to get some more gold for himself. Already has the Tranquils and around 400 towards his Blink Dagger. As Lanham still sitting mid, and 40R hasn't been able to punish against since that initial kill.
And trying to look at Storm's build. He is going to go for the Bloodstone first. I saw a few people go Kaya, but this is more of the Chinese build to go for the treads. Less greedy. Allows you to fight a little bit more with your team rather than being a true one position.
Oh my goodness. Ravage in the top lane, and Burrow, he's able to walk away from him.
Nice clean.
All right, Thelio's out. Is he sticking around here? There's no way. He has a Gush again. Gonna try and run him down. They do have another Burrow Strike, waiting to time it, but he just ends up going down, and Young 11 gonna TP out. Do they have the arrow to... Not gonna be able to use it.
Yeah, and Theo Liquor does go down. Pretty easy kill. Felt like he was baiting a little bit too much. He was trying to wait for the next stun. Maybe set something up for the rest of his team who was moving in, but just a little bit too greedy.
Yeah. Well, 3-6. It's a 3,000 net worth lead. 10 minutes in. As far as levels and everything else go, it does look like Lanham, you know, sitting on 5. He's just been able to hang out in the mid lane while everybody else is farming. It's been great for him.
Yeah, it's really nice that he just gets free levels, allows him to come back a little bit, because he did have to go for the aggro, and you're not splitting the ancient XP between 3 people. Like, that's a little bit too greedy.
Right. So top net worth, it does look like Slark being given a little bit of room now to catch up with the rest of his team. Jump forward, 40R, trying to find the kill on the Fenrir. The rotation in, they'll be able to make it happen. Nice pickup there as well for SG. They fight their way back into this. And Paparazzi just going to be RP'd. Going to maybe be pushed back under the tower. They end up missing, though. I think that this still could end up working. They have the Bro Strike also off the mark. Paparazzi is going to die, but it took a lot.
Yeah, they had to rotate a lot of heroes. The RP was expended at the same time. Still a really nice kill, though, on a hero that has significant net worth.
That's scary. Now, so after the initial really rough laning stage, how are you feeling about the game right now if you're SG?
Not any better.
Okay.
It's okay.
Why does it look bad?
To be fair, I mean, I think that laning phase-wise, if you lose 3 lanes, like the way that people think about Dota is like the laning phase, if you lose 1 lane, it's whatever. Like that's a recoverable position. But when you lose 3 lanes, the game just becomes a little bit different. Like it becomes really annoying. And it becomes more based on these like 5-on-5 engagements for team fights. But if Vici play this smart, they largely just use the threat of Ravage to like set up for towers and stuff like that, and they don't have to necessarily engage in a straight 5-on-5 engagements.
Okay.
Like you can just use this Tide, walk forward, save your towers. Your Tide Hunter in this case is some sort of like an Abaddon where he just like sits forward and can't really die. As I say that, Bardinho goes down at the south side.
Yeah.
But you just kind of use this Tide as like impenetrable wall, and so that's how you save your towers, because they can't burst them down. If you look at SG's lineup, he's got a hood completed. Like he understands that his role in this game is just to tank up. The initiation part is like less necessary because they don't rely on this Tide Hunter's Ravage to win the game, whereas SG relies pretty heavily on this Mag's RP to do something.
That was a nifty little play from 4DR there, trying to hit the arrow from over in the trees, but of course the Sven able to spot that before it happens. Theo's getting closer. They have the Blink Dagger already there for the Magnus as well, as Paparazzi going to take another stack here. My god, this guy's going to be stacked up. He is so freaking farmed already.
Trying to go for an Echo Saber next too. It's a nice build. I like it more than just going for a straight up Blink here, because you don't necessarily have to farm. You can go a little bit greedier, take some damage.
Okay. Well, Soul Ring, pipe done, like you said, for the Tide Hunter. And top lane, maybe a little bit of a battle of ruin. They aren't going to be able to catch on to Ori. And, well, also we have a Mirana going for an Aghanim Scepter build. Something that we don't see as often nowadays. Do you like it?
It's alright. They did not change too much about it. She's got the 12% Spell Amp talent, but I still think DPS Mirana might be the play. It does help you wave play though, which is something that maybe they think they lack. Although Sand King's pretty nice at doing it.
Okay.
So is Mag and Slark, I guess. I'm not too certain, but SG gonna go for the mirror. So this is like the common play that Radiant will make if you see bottom being pushed in, instead of trying to defend that. Unless you're absolutely certain, Lyrical, I think I told you this before, if you're not certain that you can win a 5-on-5 fight, you largely avoid it. You split the map, just push the other side and mirror what Dire does.
Right.
And that's exactly what they're doing. So this is probably like the most common trade in the game, like the bottom tier 2 towers, bottom 2 towers for the top 2 towers.
Yeah. Oh, and now access to jungle is there. Costabile looking to try and find the catch on to land him here, and, well, that's an easy pickoff. 4DR is the one that gets the finish.
Yeah, that's a really nice amount of gold for them, too. All 3 cores from Vici are still doing pretty good, but at the same time, you do have this Slark who's going to get him power, who's going to deal a lot of damage. It's not easy for Vici's heroes to survive against them until they have a little bit more lockdown in the form of the Stormstrike getting like 1 or 2 items, but now we see Young 11 just walk mid. Remember, he has to be this wall. Like, this mid tower is going to determine a lot of this game right now. If SG can take this mid tower, then they're in a really good spot.
Oh, they RP up top though, and they found themselves the Storm. He goes down, and that's a big pickup as well.
Right before his Bloodstone too. And now his Bloodstone timing is pretty mediocre. Like before it was looking quite nice, now he's gonna get it at like 17, 18 minutes.
Can they go on Young 11 here with all 4 of them?
What they want to do is steal the stack and try to grab control of this mid tower,
Okay.
which is what we talked about. Like this mid tower is going to determine so much for both teams. Like that's why we have SG. Somebody's always here preemptively, And that's why they're making the rotations around. Like, if they can grab this mid tower, game becomes a lot easier for them. Here's another setup.
Oh, skewer into the arrow. Beautifully played by the SG guys. And they take another kill. These little pickoffs.
The downside, though, is that you still have this Tidehunter that I don't think is killable for them.
They're diving the tier 1 tower, though. Cospel does get the ulti onto him. They pop the Ravage now, and I don't know, Dark Pack need to get out of there as soon as possible. Paparazzi turn now into Laposa, bringing him down low. Costabile, he hits Graves. Can they actually get out of here, though? It's a good arrow again from 40R, but gonna be able to get away. So the trade at the end of the day is that Shadow Demon for the Magnus and the Sand King.
Yeah, and you see that the upside of having this Tidehunter is that he doesn't care about all the chaos happening around him. He literally sits there with his pipe, and he's like, I'm unkillable, I will gush, and hopefully you guys screw off because you can't kill me. And SG realized that too, and this is the issue, is because against other offlaners, you would just be able to take that mid tower, and then you can get some semblance of map control around this entire top area. Like, once you take that mid tower and these top tier 2s, the game becomes a lot easier for you to play as Dire, because the Slark can just kind of hunt around the map where he feels. He should be able to narrow down the map to where he thinks they are, and farm becomes pretty limited on the side of Vici, because they have 3 cores that they need to support. Like, make no mistake about it, Gabe. Tidehunter is not a core that's just a Ravage.
Yeah.
It never has been. Like, this is a hero that you want to have farm. They're going to make the attempt on a mid. This is a really important kill. If they can kill him, maybe they get the mid tower.
This would be huge. They aren't quite there in time. Can they do it, though? He's very low, and he is going to maybe die. All right, and they bring him down. Oh my god, that was the hardest kill of life.
Yes. But they didn't have to expend any ults, and look what happens as a result of that. They're like, guys, quick, we finally took down their Tide. They weren't ready for this. They're playing a little bit greedy on their cores. Let's grab this tower. This is going to be a huge pickup for SG. And now I'm comfortable saying, like, the game is a little bit more reset. They got the mid tower before Vici was able to. It's going to be easier for them to shove in this mid wave and force Vici's attention there a little bit, and it suffocates the map a little. Like, this is the downside of playing against the Slark, is he's very scary now. It's very hard to get sentries down in all these areas. It's not just the fact that you lose a little bit of gold and a little bit of map control, it's also the vision from the towers that help so much against the Slark. Imagine you're playing a support, you don't have any tier 1s or tier 2s up. It doesn't feel good playing this game.
Yeah, I've played against Slark before, that's for dang sure. It's terrible.
Yeah.
But look at all the sentries that they have down too. Like you said, they have them just all over the place. But that's also meant that you've got these other cores that are so freaking poor. They smoked up, I believe, underneath that ward as well. As the movement comes through the jungle, they see the Tidehunter walking through also. Now, can they get out of here in time?
Oh,
Laposa, he's waiting. They've got vision. Can they make this work? No, they've already lost one. And now they also find Laposa. He RPs onto 2, but immediately going to get interrupted. Now, can they bring down any of those other heroes? 40R might have gone a bit too deep. The Ravage is out as well. They lose Costabile. That was not the team fight they wanted to take in the least bit. Theo gets the Burrow Strike away. The blink out. He has off cooldown, and he does make the escape. I think. Maybe not. Okay, never mind. That's a Storm Spirit.
And that is free for Bloodstone charges on the Storm, I believe. They're now going to take the mid tower, and SG absolutely should have just ditched, gotten out of there. They laid down the sentry. They had sentries everywhere, and so the Magnus thought he was going to be okay in that tree line, but instead gets spotted out. Really, really rough. And, I mean, 2 seconds ago, it was a 1,000 gold deficit for SG. Things looked like it was going to be okay. They took the mid tower. They had the Slark running around getting kills, and now they just sacrificed a lot of lives.
I got a courier though. It might not have been right underneath the tower or right underneath the ward when they smoked up. God, that moment right there from Laposa, you're thinking that possibly they could have made something happen with an RP turnaround, but also using the RP in that fight, now they don't have it for the next little bit.
Yeah, plus the Slark already used his Dark Pact. And at that point, young 11 was like, oh, this is free. Like, I'm just gonna Ravage. He's gonna get caught by it no matter what. Arrow comes in.
Not quite on the mark there.
Yeah, he's still really tanky. They did kill him, but it took a lot. Like, they had to dazzle weave him for a while. They had to have 4 heroes chasing him with absolutely no backup on the side of Vici.
Well, we've kind of, like you said, reset a little bit to the state again where Vici are in the lead. How do you feel about SG's chances at this stage of the game?
Still okay, but your Slark can still create a lot of space for you. The downside is, like, you can't afford kills like that because there are a lot of mouths to feed on the side of Vici, and so the upside was that oftentimes these cores are going to play split. Like oftentimes you won't see all 3 cores farming in the same area, because like we talked about Tide, this is a hero that desperately requires net worth.
Right.
If you see a Tide Hunter that has like 3,000 net worth and you think that's okay, like absolutely not right. This hero is long considered been a farmer, because a lot of his toolkit just like, you hit Ancients for free, you hit Neutrals for free, you don't take any damage from killing creeps.
Just look at this, like all 5 heroes from SG in the area, they have a ward that sees absolutely everything, and as soon as Tide Hunter's there, they just run away.
Yeah, they're just like, this Tide, we can't really go on him this time. There's a lot of different angles to engage on from the Shrine. This tier 1 being up really helps him a lot.
Ooh, this could be nifty though. If they could find a fight when Tide Hunter is not there, and Ori, they're smoked up as well, maybe looking for an engagement themselves. They don't run into anybody though. Ships in the night pass each other. Top lane, Lanham is way in the trees. Very unlikely that they find him.
Yeah, Vici's trying to get a free one here. What they're trying to do here, Gabe, is if they push out this bottom area, they're trying to immediately transition it into a high ground, but I think that's a little bit greedy.
It's kind of, I mean, they already had it set up. They have a ward on the high ground of the Radiant.
Yeah.
Which is like, normally you don't see that when the tier 2 is all up.
There's another adage too, it's always smoke to where you have vision, right? And I mean, the wards that they have down are more to the south side of the map that they want to place anyways. And that's a little bit weird that SG, they didn't really take that advice, as they do have 2 wards placed pretty deep into their own jungle, and even by this tier 1. But the downside is like, you don't want to dive that Tide. Like,
Yeah.
you know that the Tide Hunter's there. What's the point?
Yeah, it's just a death trap. So,
If you don't burst that Tide, he gets Ravage off and the rest of his team comes.
well, this could be a nice little play here, although Vici are kind of grouped up towards mid, and we'll see if they have any idea that this could be happening, although as soon as they show mid again for Paparazzi, they're ready to go for a counter initiation. Young 11 is there as well.
He's going to get spotted by the Sentry.
They spot him out immediately, but they were able to get the break off. He doesn't have Kraken Show right now. They're almost getting with the disruption, comes out in time. They also found the sleep. The Ravage turnaround. It's all gone wrong for SG. They take down the Mag. It was so close to being great, but it all fell apart. Costabile dies. Oh no.
And that is the downside of going in on a Tide, is if you don't immediately burst them there, that's what happens. Very nice disruption by Fenrir. Completely on the money there. Understood what was happening. Was very fast to that. And as a result, game gets reset a little bit again. Vici now going to go in for the Roche of their own. They're going to see full HP. Makes no difference as a lot of heroes dead. Arrow's going to fly in. Is going to connect on a Paparazzi.
Okay.
SG, I mean, they have a Blink Dagger on the Mirana. They might still want to go for this. There's not a whole lot of damage on the side of Vici, and Weave's going to fly down too, and I think this is your time to retreat.
Well, they hold it. The arrow scared them off. They also didn't use RP in that last fight, so maybe there's a timing here when Ravage is down where you could do something.
They definitely use RP. I think.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm tripping. Sorry. Thanks for calling me out of that.
I was like, he RP too for sure.
Yeah, they just didn't have anything to follow it up at the point. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe a little bit less good then. All right, Blink DD. They've got the Aghanim Scepter there from Mirana as well. Long time ago. A lot of team fight from SG, but Tidehunter reigns supreme.
He got the 40 XP gain and the 80 gush damage. He's not going for like this all ultra tank.
He has 3,000 gold in the bank. Are we going to see the Aghanims?
I hope so. Take the 4 gush armor, get Ags. We were theory crafting that last night.
Yeah.
I think it's got good potential as like a joke, but I'm not sure if it's actually super reliable.
I mean, with a Sven, at minus armor, it's pretty effective. But
It's super cute, and this is a pretty decent desperation smoke. They're invised up.
God, and it's just, again, the Tidehunter. Paparazzi's waiting off to the side. They get the blink away. There's nothing happening here. They're gone.
It's super awkward when you're playing against a Tidehunter and you're behind, because you know you have to cut through this guy, but it's not natural. It's not like a natural movement. You're trying to kill him, but it takes like way too much of your resources, and if you don't kill him, then he just gets Ravage off anyways. And it's almost impossible for them to burst him because Disrupt exists. Like, the order of events needs to be they somehow catch Vendor in the backline while simultaneously jumping the Tidehunter, and they can't use the Slark to kill him because they need the break to kill the Tidehunter in the first place. So it's like somehow the Sand King needs to set up onto the Shadow Demon so he can't disrupt.
So just break and RP everybody.
Yeah, it's just like too specific of a situation that needs to happen for him to get a kill. And now Storm's got Kaya and Bloodstone.
Oh, 40R able to get the blink away. That was a very scary moment for him, but they did break the smoke, didn't lose anybody.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Is there an eventual point where Slark becomes too difficult to deal with, do you think?
At his current farming pace, probably not.
Yeah.
Like, he needs like 2 more items. He's doing okay. He's second in net worth overall in the game, but it still feels a little bit underwhelming.
God. Well, Shadowblade away there. They did cancel their TD on this fence. That meant that Slark was able to finish off the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane and looking for an opening now. Maybe if you could just separate one from the herd, that could be what they need. Movement in. They're looking for Fenrir, trying to take him down. He gets the self-disruption. Okay. Able to bait out that in the stomp. Now can they take the fight afterwards? Burrow strike through. That's a stun onto one. Not enough. No paparazzi to turn around. They have the Ravage and everybody's starting to drop low. Costabal's able to get out of there. So they only lose the Sand King and the Shadow Demon, but now they have eyes on Bardino. He's going to TP out of there. Can they get away? Yes.
Yeah, but they might just transition that into Roche. Although they don't have God Strength. So that wasn't the worst. That's not that bad at all. They traded 1 for 1.
Ravage and RP used.
Yeah, your Slark managed to live at the same token. Once he gets BKB, it's going to be incredibly hard to kill him. Like, there's still upside in this game for SG. They still sort of have a way to get back in. The deficit isn't that bad. They still have this Slark who's just a mobile monster. I think he needs another form of lockdown for the Storm. Because right now the Storm is a pretty huge issue. He's got Orchid now. I think your 3-item timings changed just because Kaya is so inexpensive.
Ooh, another really good arrow as they turn it back around though, and well,
Oh, they're all dead.
yeah, this is gone. Laposa, he's gonna end up falling. It's just too quick of reactions from Vici.
Storm like zipped halfway across the map so he could help his teammate.
What a hero.
It's pretty good.
24 Bloodstone charges. How much do you think it would have changed if you would have died that one time right towards the bottom rune spot there?
I think it changes your game significantly. Like, I think the early game moves, they have such a ripple effect in Dota.
Yeah.
Like, when you see a professional team analyze a game, the late game situation is kind of whatever. It's more just like, what early game things did you do that led to the game not panning out in your favor later on?
Well, zip in onto the catch, and Costabile able to get away. The
Had a
grave
pop
was there.
result, though.
Yeah.
I think this is still a fight that they want to take, though. For the most part, everyone's at full HP. The Mag and the Mirana are dead, which is the unfortunate part, but
Oh, Sand King.
Theo was thinking about it.
Yeah. Looks like they're not going to go for it, though. Aegis is
popped by the
there.
Spirit.
They burrow strike away, trying to get away, but they have the silence. They have the sleep, and they have the kill. Another Bloodstone charge gobbled up there for the Storm Spirit. He's level 20 now.
Yeah. Plus, and this is the important thing, they soul captured him at the end. So now they have their own.
They have a ward. Yeah, that's
They've
the
got
important
their-
thing.
They've got their own Sand King obs.
They took the Stormhammer Dispels. What's the big thing here?
You get rid of Empower, I
Oh,
imagine.
okay.
And also the Weave. Is Weave dispellable? No, it's not. But Empower is.
Okay. No more Empower for you. Let's see, he's almost level 20 on the Slark also. In terms of these net worths relative to each other, we can see that it's like kind of close, but as you mentioned, it's just this Tidehunter and not really having a great answer for Ravage. When BKBs are there for the Slark, is that sort of the turning point for you at all?
So you notice, by the way, that instead of going for the VKB, he went for the Basher
Okay.
first? Because he understands, like, the Storm is the real he's kind of transitioned back into like this true one position. It's not really the Sven anymore, and I'm never really a fan of Sven games because I think it's just sometimes a really awkward hero to make work. And this is a heavy commit win for Ori, but he's not going to have the mana left to continue to go for this. But he wants to use this Aegis if possible. He's trying to bait SG no fight, but as I was saying, like Costabill understands this game. Like the Sven is annoying, sure, but the real true threat of this game is the Storm Spirit getting out of control. Like once Storm Spirit gets 6 slotted, it's really hard for SG to lock him down and kill him. And it's not even about killing him once because he's had such an abundance of Bloodstone charges. It's you have to kill him twice. And so you need just every form of lockdown that you can get.
That's so tough.
Yeah, so oftentimes like when you get BKB, you get it for like 1 or 2 reasons. Like they have something that absolutely murders you as hold that thought.
Oh my goodness, they got him.
That's a nut charge.
Wow, and that was showing the power of the Shiva's Guard for Young 11. They had vision of him even when he was leaping all through the trees there, and obviously Blink Dagger being broken as well. He couldn't get away.
Yeah, he was trying to like parkour in the trees, but it's pretty impossible. Or he's got a DD rune. He's gonna go for this. So he's gonna time it. The Dark Pact. 3, 2, 1. You zip. You go for the silence on top. The Shadow Blade doesn't matter, and this should be a free kill.
They're all falling apart, and like you said, the true carry is there now in the top lane. Ori just picking him off.
Yeah, it's not the Sven. Like the Sven is kind of like a decoy in that regard. It's gonna be the Storm that really causes you problems. Your Sven just allows you to hit towers more or less.
Oh man, Young 11 feeling good about himself. They're gonna burrow strike away, and well, the buyback is there right now from the Slark, but they don't have the buyback on 40R. Trying to break for the moment onto the Sven. It's a hell of a lot of damage on a Costabill, and he's forced to pop his ultimate immediately. Theo Core going for the wraparound. They actually pop BKB for that as well, but they're just going to hold hands and walk away. They did some structural damage to the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't really mentioned Theo Core too much, just because he hasn't really had a whole lot to do. I don't think a massive epicenter or anything really changes this game.
Have we even seen one this game?
I don't think so.
Oh god.
Okay, Ori doesn't go for that. He's pretty much out of mana.
Well, how much longer on that Aegis here as well? We're getting really close to the... I guess that it's 3 minutes away, or a minute away from expiring, but it's a 15,000 net worth lead. Do you just try and go in and lose the Aegis right away here?
I don't even know if it matters.
SG going for the wraparound, seeing if they can make something happen. Paparazzi, he just blinks away, and they're gone.
They've got the high ground area. Okay, so Fenrir is going to get caught finally here.
That's maybe a decent one, but the zip in from Ori as well. They already popped the BKB.
He's got an arcane
turns it back around. That's so much freaking damage. They pull back another. That's Dazzle gone. Now finding more. Ravage Costabill. He is stunned inside of his ultimate, trying to escape, but I think it's going to be to no avail. They have the dust. They have the kill. As they lose 4 and SG lose everything.
Yeah, and with no buyback on the Slark, I'd imagine that they call GG any second now. Probably just talking about the game real fast.
I mean, thinking about the changes that you can make in game number 2, it just feels like that was the drafting win through and through.
You can't lose 3 lanes like this. The ET did a little bit too much in this bottom lane, and as a result, the other 2 matchups were just like pure one-on-ones. As 40R gonna go for the courier, just be cute, can't do it. It's gonna disconnect. GG was called. 31 Bloodstone charges for the Storm. Did he die this game?
I don't know if he did. I can't see. You'll have to check it out.
He died
but
once.
I mean, again, it just felt like it was that drafting win. Ever since the tri-lane happened, it didn't really have a... There was a couple moments there where it looked okay. Maybe that one fight by the top bounty rune.
The mid engagement was really good for them.
Right.
When they grabbed the mid tower, but then they immediately got smoked on. Just like, I guess their ward just barely missed it, and they went in 1 by 1. If they don't make that play, I think that game looks a little bit different, but who knows?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for our first game. SG able to take one over Vici after a little bit of redemption for them after the Star Ladder lost in that first phase. But we're going to go a quick break and come back again for the Perfect World Masters in just a few.
Game 1 done. No real surprises, I guess, here on the main stream. Of course, on the other stream as well, you can make sure you check out the Group B action. Secret are in trouble in Game 1. Just do a spoiler for you.
What? No,
Go
no,
watch
they're
it
good.
right now.
They're good. Paul, you've fallen behind in the times, much like in many other situations.
Much like SG in that last game. Yeah, I said predictable, Jack, and it kind of was, but SG showed a few flames in there, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, you can see like how they want to handle that aggression, how they make the rotations, and like how they want to play. It just sometimes doesn't come together in the big picture. You need things to, like, as some of us said, like before the game, they need to be able to snowball. Before the VG comes online, before the storm just becomes disgusting, before like the team fight and the synergy is too much for them to handle. They need to be able to take over the game before that, and that just ended up not being the case here.
That storm pick.
Yeah. 4th pick, uncounterable Storm, apparently, because they picked Slark into it, which is not a great hero versus Storm.
No.
They like part of the problem I had with it was just the fact that for the Yarn match.
Horrible.
I think that like part of the problem I had with it is that you look at this lineup, you just like want to take like the very basic level of drafting. It's like I want you to be able to either A, counter like their heroes in some fashion,
Yep.
or I want you to be able to counter like the timings of their heroes. So if you don't directly like, oh, this hero matches up really well against this hero, then you should at least be able to say, well, then like if this hero is like really slow or something, then we can like pick up the pace and we can try and like take a lot of towers at like 20-25 minutes. We can try and like end the game, you know, before the late game happens or something like that. But I felt like neither one of those was accomplished with the Slark last pick. But then again, I did feel like their draft was at a significant disadvantage when they picked up the Magnus. It did feel like Vici Gaming just was able to set out a game plan that was really hard to beat. I don't know what you could possibly do to really change. Like if you picked up like a Terrorblade or something and just completely ignored the fact that you picked up a Magnus and just tried to like do some crazy pushes, then I mean, you're still fighting into a Tidehunter, and you're not going to be able to end the game fast enough. I don't know. It was just like this weird combination of like they weren't going to be able to win their lanes. They lost that horribly, and then they were also going to lose out on late game because they didn't have any answers to Storm Spirit, and they had a Sven who was constantly farming. They were like not invading whatsoever in Ancients, and they couldn't honestly.
I mean, we talk about drafts winning games quite a lot, and I think probably too much sometimes, Jack. But in this case, it really did, didn't it? Because they'd gone down a corridor they couldn't really come back from, and as Kat pointed out, by pick 5, they're kind of like, well, we're kind of on a course here where we can't really do much about this.
Yeah, as Cap said, there's this feeling of like you need to check certain boxes, right? So you have like the static lanes, you can have a disadvantage there, or like at best it's even. And then, you know, you look at the team fights afterwards, you're clearly behind, you don't have the synergy. Then do you have answers for the individual heroes? Do you have something that is a bigger threat in the game than anything else that they have to respond to? That box was also not checked. So with all of these boxes unchecked, I mean, basically all that's left for you is the kind of wiggle room in making these little individual pickoffs maybe. If the Slark has a good early start, maybe with good rotations from the Sand King, you can get something done. But that's like the only option that they really had to go to, and we saw like they were able to do some of that. But too many of those boxes unchecked, the game just becomes very hard. It's an uphill battle.
All right, good stuff. We're going to tick a box right now, actually, because we're going to head to a break. And when we come back, game number 2 will be here. Just a reminder for you at home, if you're just joining in and joining us here from Shanghai, this is best of 2 in the group stages, so nothing done just yet as far as SG are concerned. And VG will absolutely want all the points from this match. We'll find out after the break whether they can do that. Welcome back to the Perfect World Masters. Game number 2 about to begin. Draft not too far away. Let's get the thoughts from Jack and Kat back at the panel. What are you expecting game 2?
I have this planned out. I am expecting a Slardar Venge or Slardar TA strat from SG.
Really?
I am expecting
not the Shaker, Arc
No,
Warden.
I am expecting a physical damage minus armor strat from them.
Okay. I haven't asked you, and this is the first time we've had it at one of the DOTA professional circuit tournaments. It has been in the last patch, of course, but now 6 bans. I only mentioned it because a couple of people went, hey, when did they do 6 bans all of a sudden? I guess that's from my friends that only ever watch DOTA when there's a major or minor, but yes. How's it affecting things so far? Or is it?
I think it's overall good. I think it's a little bit bad because certain teams, say like Team Liquid or Complexity is another good example. Certain teams that have like certain heroes that they're really good on, they're punished a little bit more for having that speciality, let's say, because you have a kind of a free ban now in that first area. But I do think it widens the hero pool a certain amount, and it does develop, especially as we get into newer metas and people start figuring out what's broken and what's not. We will be able to eliminate more of the broken heroes and even out the hero pool a little bit more. So,
What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, I'm mostly with you on that. I think there's also a bit of a change to the pick order as well, where you might have to expose yourself a little bit less. It's a bit more even, I would say. So, yeah, I mean, as Cap said, like when you're in such uncharted territory with this patch, and it seems like the pace of very drastic changes to the game is going to be increasing, then you have a little bit more wiggle room to kind of get rid of things that you really don't like, or while they're being figured out and still experimented with. So,
oh god, Bane Elder Titan instead of SD. They could have had Shadow Demon too, but they opt for the Bane. They picked the Bane into the Rubik, which is kind of interesting because you kind of get a free steal of Fiend's Grip if you're the Rubik player. So I'm not sure really what the difference is in their head because I would have thought maybe Shadow Demon was preferable in that regard.
Where are you on the Bane train? Because when we look back to Hamburg, it was on the rise.
Great hero.
You then look at DOTA Pit, and it was very much at the 4. And then you looked at qualifiers, and suddenly just started to drop off again. It seems to be on the downward trend, Jack.
well, I think the slight talent switch around had some impact on that, but this is a hero that I think people expected to become more popular. I mean, again, the emphasis and the trends, the direction has been lanes matter more than ever. You get more gold than ever.
Yep.
You don't really want to like totally sack a lane or just have a lane not be viable anymore. And that's what Bane's strength has always been. He doesn't offer wave clear or anything like that out of the support position, but he's very strong as a lane bully. Teams have picked it for that role for a long time. Some teams value it more than others, but now it's become something that like every team has to respect the importance of these lanes. They can't really sack them for any reason. So this hero is just going to be on the rise for that.
Jack, what was the reaction of the Chinese community when SG beat Vici Gaming the first time around, and then also when SG beat Newbie in one game? They didn't win the best of 3, but they took the very first game against Newbie. Like, what was the Chinese reaction, community's reaction?
Well,
to that?
it's hard to say like everyone in the community, but it's obviously going to be pretty harsh. That was kind of unexpected. Like, again, there's not that much respect or knowledge of some of these other teams, so you don't expect a Chinese powerhouse to really struggle with that. And so, the Big Four, the so-called Big Four of the Chinese team, were all in this tournament. Like, haven't looked that great on the international stage. That was definitely a big surprise. And again, the pressure is on for them to perform as well because the point system. Maybe you don't have as many Chinese slots at some of these tournaments. So in the past, you'd have a system where, like a major, you'd invite 5 Chinese teams out of 16. Now, if you look forward to like TI and just qualifying, there are just far fewer opportunities for that to really be the case. So it's just all the more important under the bigger microscope.
Were they more like, oh wow, SG, that's amazing, or were they like, oh my god, our teams suck?
It's more of the latter. It's always like
that's always China though.
It's always like the Chinese.
It feels that way, but I wanted to check.
It's always like, it's like if you want to make reasons for it, you could say, hey, the adjustment to the big new patch, or just regular post TI doldrums for some of these teams.
RPG
but you
playing.
can't afford to do that anymore. So yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. Bounty Rubik. Normally night for Vici, which isn't unusual.
This is not what I expected from SG. They have done this opener before. And in that very series against Newbie, this is the game that they won against them. They took a very aggressive lineup. That's why I thought they would go for the Slordar TA, Slordar Venge. I thought they would try and be a lot more aggressive against Vici Gaming, trying to establish tempo off of taking Roshan control. I do feel like SG is pretty good at being able to establish, like whenever they have a lineup that is aggressive like that, and you need to be able to take objectives early. I do feel SG does a very good job of being able to make rotations around the map to take those objectives. I felt like they were pretty good at being able to establish control via Roshan and get the advantage with the Aegis.
I mean, you're right, they do seem more comfortable when they can move freely, don't they? They're a bit like Immortals in that respect, in that they can just wander around the map. They're very comfortable. When they're forced to do stuff they don't like doing, that's when they're not so strong.
All right, so
all right, let's go the other way then.
If they're just going to go down the line and pick the exact same lineup against a very different team, then they're going to go Sand King and Chaos Knight to round up their lineup, because they're literally the same.
Would be a
verse 3
replica.
Yeah. So, but this lineup is very different that Vici Gaming is running, because Immortals tried to play like a 4 versus 5 kind of lineup with an AM. So they picked like Viper, and they were just like trying to fight pretty hardcore. So this lineup is a little bit different, because Vici Gaming, they are all pretty much fighting heroes. There is no like kind of hard farm or anything like that. They have like a great team fighting offlaner and Omni Knight, which is going to be kind of dangerous, especially for any bounty hunter lineup. Like if you literally just make yourself as hard to kill in team fights as possible, and you just make sure you have better team fights, like what does the enemy team do? They're basically playing 4 versus 5 because they're not getting any track gold.
Huh.
All right, now
we'll change it up a bit, but
yeah.
We'll take this to away.
The bans are very revealing as well. Like VG are, you look at some of the bans, they're afraid of being cheesed. They don't want to lose a game to something like this Arc Warden. They also don't maybe feel like a little bit struggle against Vision Heroes. So you see the Night Stalker is still out there. SG picking up the Bounty Hunter that they've picked up quite a bit to provide that vision for their rotations, for their being able to do things early on, but not as strong, I think, in terms of static laners. Razor is probably an exception to that. I think like this hero is just disgusting against most melee laners, and I think they might want to try to dodge that lane, potentially with the Omni Knight.
They took away the Underlord.
Omni is also a hero that's been on the rise in like the recent patches, like very strong hero.
That was
going
the other
back
hero.
to kind of that core spot.
Yeah. When we talked about SG and the way that they won against
The
VG
Underlord,
Gaming,
the
right?
offlane?
Yeah, they played 2 games that were very similar in that regard. They played pretty turtle heavy. One was based around the Arc Ward, and the other one was based around the Underlord, prolonging the game. And here with the Storm Spirit pickup, great Storm Spirit pick. The VG Gaming's lineup does not have a whole lot of control against that Storm Spirit. Queen of Pain is going to be particularly important here, and her timing on like the Orchid and stuff like that. Like that's going to be very big for Vici Gaming to establish the tempo of this game and start pushing for objectives. I think Vici Gaming picks some sort of pushing style hero here, because as it is, I really do feel like they have the better team fight. They have the timing window against SG pretty heavily, simply because the Bounty Hunter is not going to give you a whole lot of team fight power. Your biggest powerhouse right now for SG is this Razor, and presumably this last pick. I was going to say Sand King, just because it is such a stable SG hero, and they needed a really strong initiating team fight hero, and you're not going to get much better than the offlane Sand King when it comes to that regard. It was either that or Bat Rider. But I think you needed a more impactful damage team fighting hero.
There's still a pretty, I mean, again, teams kind of sticking with their styles. You mentioned the format earlier, like in a best of 2, maybe, you know you're going to get that consistent chance to play everybody. You're going to play a large sample of games. So you can probably stick to your strategies and identity a little bit more. Whereas if you have a best of 3 format and it's like 1 or 2 rounds and you're eliminated, you really got to make those adjustments quickly. That puts a lot of pressure on you. So they can go with the things that they're comfortable with, as Cap has been saying. Like not a huge team fight lineup for them. Probably weaker in the team fight aspect for certain.
So I was going to say Terrorblade or Chaos Knight for the last pick of Vici Gaming. Either one of those I think would have been pretty acceptable. Chaos Knight is naturally tankier, so he's going to deal a bit better with Sand King initiation. I don't know. I think that Vici Gaming walked away with a better lineup again, but I was much more pessimistic about that first lineup from SG. This one I feel a little bit better. I do think it's a really good Storm game. They just have to prolong the game as long as possible and somehow find a way to split push enough to force Vici Gaming apart, because they are going to play pretty 5-man heavy, and it's not going to be easy for them to find pickoffs with the Bounty Hunter Storm combo.
Yeah, there's a bit of a precision versus brute force type of feeling.
Yeah.
The CK is also like a pretty eminent threat in this game as well. Like there's really no answer for him as it goes on. So they're gonna have to see if they find those windows between those ults. If they're playing in control of the game instead of always on their side of the map, afraid of losing high ground. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Laning phase is going to be particularly important. I feel SG really do need to establish themselves early to be able to make sure that they aren't so far behind that they get run over at 20-25 minutes. Similarly, we do want the Queen of Pain for Vici Gaming to have a good game here. He needs to have a good start.
From a style point of view, what do you want to see from SG? Do you want them to be more impactful this time early game?
I do think they should get pretty aggressive early. Like they should try and utilize their Razor to head into like the Chaos Knights lane. Like 10-15 minutes. I think they should try and bully down towers as fast as possible in that 15-minute window, because they are going to lose out 20-25 minutes. So they need to take whatever advantage they can early before they head into the mid game, where I don't think they have a chance of beating up the team fight. And it's at that point they have to find ways to split push and force Vici Gaming apart.
All right, we're going to get more from both of you after the end of this game. Are we headed for a 2-0 for VG? Are they going to take maximum points in their first match of the day? Let's find out as we head back to our commentary team for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Paul and Will. We felt like it's maybe a little bit of a better of a draft this time around for SG. I gotta say, I love Razor. The new Razor feels so freaking cool to me. What do you think about the draft, though? Do you think that the CK is just gonna dominate?
Dude, I hate Razor.
Why do you hate Razor?
Why is Razor so boring?
What do you mean? He's got the little passive now. He shoots out lightning bolts all over the place. He purges people.
It's like he tases you once in a while. He's like,
That's awesome.
it's, I guess, if that's your idea of awesome.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm entertained by simple things, but as far as what you think of the draft situation as a whole, do you dislike Razor this game as well?
It's okay this game. Like the laning phase is going to be pretty advantageous for them. They can decide to aggro if they want, which is quite nice, but it does look like Vici are going to dodge it. And CK as a whole, like, ribs the Razor.
Okay.
You just, like, turn into more of you, and you blow them up in 2 seconds.
It really does suck. I mean, this is a hero that's naturally wants to be tanky and surviving through a fight, as Bardino actually was able to sneak away one of those wards. So 2 wards, 2 runes rather apiece.
Yeah. Also, this is, like, the most annoying lane for Storm. Against the Mirana, it was okay, but against Queen of Pain, I think Queen of Pain is by far one of the better solutions at dealing with Storm Spirit.
And they picked Storm into it. I guess that they were hoping to just have a better matchup for him after the laning stage. I mean, how bad is it for him with the Bounty Hunter around as well?
With the Bounty Hunter around, it's actually decent. Depends on where the Bounty Hunter decides to focus his attention towards, but Ori are actually doing an okay job so far in mid, and Ori is reluctant so far to level the Blink, because if he's on the low ground and he gets hit at all, I think he just wanted to get out. But this is where it begins.
Speaking of getting out, a couple people going to disconnect. They'll be back shortly, no doubt, and the dagger going to get thrown there. It is a little bit awkward, though. They're running both the Rubik and the Bounty Hunter in the mid lane. I guess feeling like Razor can do okay one-on-one.
Yeah, he kind of does alright. Like, he's not really at threat to die, I think. It's a little bit annoying, but they already swapped out lanes as everyone begins to reconnect in.
Yeah. So what's the ideal laning matchup in this for SG? Like, what are they looking for as the perfect matchup for them in the lanes?
Harass this Queen of Pain as much as possible. Like, I think the main focus should be trying to get this mid lane as correct as you can. Because his Razor doesn't really have to be a true 1 position in this game. Like, he's going to be more of the 2. The numbers, of course, referring more to the farm priority and less the lanes or the position that they play.
Okay. I guess that's kind of the place that he tends to fill anyways. I've seen a couple of Razors go for Aghanim Scepters every now and then try and just be like that person that stands up on towards like towers and maybe even play like that Tidehunter role like we saw in the last one. Granted, not as good of a team fighter by any stretch of the imagination.
I think the point of this, like, the lineup for SG is just to get kills and run at them.
Okay.
Like, I don't think you need to go for tower hitting or anything like that. Because if you run them over, like, take a really good fight, then it matters a little bit less.
Yeah. Well, and certainly with the Bounty Hunter, being able to even trade kills and come away from that evenly would be really, really nice. Obviously, last game, too, we saw the strength of an Elder Titan. Do you expect to see the same level of damage in the early game that he put on last time?
It's a little bit different just because last game he had, like, a really ideal setup. Like, he was tri-lane against tri-lane, and the enemy team had, like, 1 stun on them. So I think he felt really comfortable. But this game, I think it's a little bit different just because you don't have the same opportunities to get all that damage for free.
Right.
Plus, there's more mobile heroes on the side. Like, locking down a storm with ET feels pretty miserable.
Oh, they're baiting it. Courier going to head back home. The Bounty Hunter was scouting in the area. There's a TP there as well, and now Leposa found over to the side here. He doesn't have Sandstorm. Burrow Strike only connects onto 1. He ends up getting the Caustic down, and Bombardino now in the area as well. They could think about turning this. They're going to throw the CK away from themselves, and God, Bane is just so hard to trade with.
Yeah, he's probably one of the better heroes at just, like, right-clicking down. And that's exactly what he's doing so far. So they're going to swap the lanes again.
He doesn't have Blink.
Okay.
First Blood solo killing a Queen of Pain as a Storm Spirit. How does that make you feel?
I mean, I'm always down to support the Storm player. That definitely shouldn't happen. And now Ori's a little bit tilted. Like, he's just, like, blinking forward, daggers in. That's a tilt move.
Okay.
That's like the... like, what did I just do? Because we were talking about it last game, right? Like, Storm should never get a kill in a lane, reasonably speaking. Like, you have to get outplayed right there for that to happen. Because you don't have a stun. You kind of have a slow, I guess, but even that's kind of, like, mediocre because you can't, like, stack them up pretty easily.
Sleepy is there. Yeah, it's nuts. So really big win there in the mid lane at least.
Oh, that's massive. Because it's first blood, too. Like, it's already a 600 gold disadvantage for Ori mid. It's almost 1,000 if you round up like crazy.
Good rounding.
Thanks.
No. It's still, I guess does it change the complexion of the lane at all? I mean, he's still getting daggered, right?
And you're still getting daggered, but you have 300 more gold to work with.
All right, fair enough.
Like, I don't know how that happens, but... Oh,
is this going to be something here as well? They're moving forward. 40R getting punched in the face. Fairy Fire trying to turn it now. Slowed up, running through a Remnant. Can they find the turnaround kill? In fact, Lanham is going to go down, so Delio gets a kill as well. Things are going great for SG.
dude, SG is... I don't know. This mid lane is like... The Storm is getting things happening around the map that I don't like anticipate. It doesn't like quite make sense to me. Like, things are a little bit too successful for him.
Oh.
And meanwhile, up at top, Paparazzi gonna lay down the stun. Here comes the follow-up as well.
Good
There's
lift.
the lift.
Able to lift that and turn it back around. Canceling the stun, and I don't know if they would have been able to kill or not, but at least taking away the damage that would have been there. Fenrir and Thelio maybe going to come to contest the pull or make something else happen, as Fenrir is pretty low HP. They are going to be able to bring him low. Is it enough to find the kill? Again, the creeps, they end up getting the kill.
Neutral my ass.
Land up in the meantime.
He's got a stun with Mango.
They're making
And
it happen. Burrow Strike, they end up turning instead onto Paparazzi. They still secure the kill. Helio is going to go down. Paparazzi able to get one in return. So just battling all over the map here. Oh, hello? And we're back. Ori, level 5. Scream of Pain, level 2. And the Dagger as well, level 2. And they're going to be able to do a decent amount of damage to him mid again. But all of the lanes feeling like it's going really well for SG right now.
Yeah, right now SG, they've got to be really satisfied with how things have gone. Their core matchups are going much better than expected, like any reasonable amount that they can expect anyways. Ori in this mid lane is struggling quite a bit, is caught up in levels, which is kind of to be expected at the same time since Storm Spirit was forced back by the Elder Titan's death. But at the same token, Ori now going to get right-clicked. He does have a haste rune on the side of the Storm, but that was a really far blink.
Yeah.
But it does kind of like reset things a little bit. Like, there's not a whole lot that Quap's going to do now. She's pretty afraid because the Bounty Hunter's still around. Ori doesn't have that blink quite up yet because he went for the 2-1-2. So as a result, like Storm just kind of sits here. Now he's got a full bottle again. He's going to get his level 6, which allows him to dodge the dagger. All you have to do is roll in place.
Now, Quap going to be able to get one final dagger there, and then some more damage being dealt. But next couple of minutes, how do you see this unfolding for both teams? Where are we looking to see action most likely?
Probably this top lane, if anywhere. I don't think they're really going to waste too much time trying to gank Young 11. Like, they probably don't care about that lane too much, just considering like the Razor's doing just fine anyways.
Oh.
So if there's action, it's going to be top lane, and that's exactly what we see as Fenrir.
Stop on the 2, able to take down 1. The Burrow Strike back. Ori there trying to make something happen here. They are going to be able to find Laposa and get the kill with the rotation in.
Yeah, Paparazzi going to be the direct recipient of both of those kills. Quite nice for him, as Storm now getting chased out a little bit as Young 11 is on top of him. I'm not super sure why or for what purpose.
He wants those bounty runes, man.
That was mildly annoying.
Oh, while that happened up in the top lane, that's going to be Costabile, able to deal some damage to this tower here. He keeps the catapult alive for a little bit, and now popping ultimate. Going to force Young 11 to TP away. That's so much damage stolen.
Yeah, that was actually a lot scarier than I thought it was going to be. Now he's pushing this bottom lane. And this is the trade-off with the top lane going a little bit poorer for SG, is that this bottom lane gets to prosper, this mid lane. I mean, we talked about ad nauseum about how well he's doing despite being a Storm trade against Queen of Pain. Like, you're pretty satisfied with this matchup overall. And Blink was actually forced. I think you go for this if you're Storm. You have a DD rune too. This should be a free kill.
Ori is going to be a little bit of a sad panda. Does that mana for the Sonic Blade, turns it back around, takes down 40R. Oh!
I am 90% certain if you committed for it instantly, like as soon as Ori popped his blink, if you go for that kill, you get it. Because you would have been in range then. But he gets jebaited instead and dies.
Oh, that was...
Alright, well now it swings the other way.
God.
Storm had that. Like, he had a DD rune, no blink on Queen of Pain. That's the dream. And you still have a little bit of mana left over, but 40R just reacted a little bit, like, too late.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, we can talk all we want about ways that he could have, like, played it differently, maybe even, like, rolling to dodge the Sonic Wave or something, but
It was out of mana at that point.
Yeah, it was just too much. Well, bottom lane still going quite well for Razor. And with Thelio here scouting out in the area, he's only level 2 on the bounty at 8 minutes in. But they're trying to take down Young 11 here. This would be a big kill, and Costabile not going to be able to make it happen.
Yeah, I think Liquor hasn't really had too much impact in the mid lane or the bottom lane.
Yeah.
But he's doing, I mean, he's actually not doing very well for himself. He's level 2 right now as a bounty hunter. And the thing about bounty hunter is, like, you want to get bounty runes. It's in his name. But he hasn't been able to do that.
Look at him now, though. He's going to get 2 of them. He's going to, like, maybe double his net worth. It's not true. He is going to be able to get towards those arcanes pretty soon, though.
He's, like, stupid underleveled, though. Like, that's a level 2 bounty hunter. Bare minimum right now, buddy, is 4.
Yeah. It's rough. Tome of Knowledge later, but by the same token, you kind of want to be able to give that to the Rubik to get to 6. I don't know. It's a tough one.
I mean, Tome of Knowledge doesn't give you 3 levels.
That's true. That's
if I was a Storm right now, by the way, I'd be upset.
Why is that?
That's just like, oh, he did roll in place, by the way, to get the dodge off.
Yeah.
Just like, you had such an advantage, and you're meant to carry this game, and it's a silly death. Whereas if you get that kill, you really snowball out control of this game.
Right. Needs to be a little bit careful here again with this stomp in the area. Oh, able to dodge it.
Yeah. I actually thought he was going to cancel it again. But instead, opts to finish it through. 40R pops that arcane rune. Best rune in the game.
The smoke rotation up towards top lane. Sand King is in the area as well, but they do have CK Ultimate available to them. Oh, one of those things that could turn around so quickly if they're not careful, and starting to steal the damage. There's the lift into Burrow Strike, taking a lot of this. Can they find the kill? They turn it back around with the Omni Knight there, and, well, nothing doing. But Fenrir also getting right-clicked here by Theo. He's level 3 at this point. Slowed down yet again. Mini stun there as well, but Laposa Not quite quick enough. No, they do find the Burrow Strike, the turnaround purification, but it's not enough. They still find the kill, and now Young 11 walking forward into this as well. The Ori rotation, Sonic Wave down. Leposa is very low. Will have another Burrow Strike here if he wants to use it. Doesn't connect on Ori, but they do almost find the kill on Young 11. He's living through it, but does finally get brought down. This is so much damage stolen from the Razor. Trying to man up against Paparazzi. They take him down as well. And Ori forced to turn, forced to run away. Can they get it? They get it! A triple kill for Costabile. Under 10 minutes in, he's so low right now. Fenrir just wants to hit him, but they're going to be able to get it. Damage is almost there. The slow, the kill isn't enough. They take damage from the bait as well. Finally, the Razor is going to drop. Fenrir trying to turn this as well onto Bardino, and the body blocks from Theo. They're going to drop the ultimate even. Run away, buddy, but the TP is not. He ended up getting hit by it still.
No, dude, you were gone. If he cancels the TP, it just moves like a quarter inch. He's good.
Didn't that get buffed like a patch or two ago or something?
Yeah,
the
but
range?
it's like, I'm just like all in for it. You just move down like a quarter inch. You're gonna dodge it.
The most telegraphed spell in the world.
Yeah, like you know it's coming. That's some anime moment, you know, where the dudes just start announcing their moves and they still get hit by it. Like this should not come as a surprise. That giant fissure in the ground isn't good for your health.
Well, a flurry of action, and now it's SG 1K gold ahead. Rough.
This should be a significant advantage for them. The upside, though, was like during that entire time, Storm just farmed, which is something that they needed to do. And the Queen of Pain died at the same token. Like during that time when she was able to get soloed out by the Razor pretty much.
Oh, Paparazzi just got rooted. They slow. Oh, Repel is there, though. Still going to steal the damage. They can chase this down if they want, but might be a bit too deep to dive.
And look, they already have to rotate off. Like, this isn't, as a Queen of Pain player, like you're not going to be very happy about this because you're just roaming around the map. The upside, though, is that maybe there's a grip attempt right now.
Yeah.
Fenrir has to go right now. 4DR, going to get the grip up, or he doesn't have Blink quite yet, or the ulti maybe. 4DR gets out of this if he's really quick about it.
The reality, they get the kill.
They had to rotate a lot of different heroes, and meanwhile, up at top, 11 getting low, does have the heal available and the repel.
Oh, these supports do not do a ton of damage, although Leposa there. This might be enough. The burrow, the turn, and the burrow almost ends up being able to turn it back around with purification. But SG do find the kill.
Yeah, he quite nearly turned that into a double kill.
Yeah, that was scary.
But,
DD room?
Bottom lane now, being pressured out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is like a weird, chaotic game. There's 19 kills in 12 minutes.
Radiant structures are
There's like some sort of accord that they reached where they just said, we're gonna fight.
Yeah, and I guess making space for Storm this whole time has been really, really great for him. And he does have a regen rune as well. Burrow away there from Leposa so he doesn't get stomped. And Ori.
Order is out of mana. Like he kind of messed up on the regen rune roll. And I mean, this just... I would say that it would be okay, but he has died a bunch.
Okay.
Because Bloodstone timing is going to be pretty poor. Like last game, I think Ori had it at 16 with treads. This game, like he'd be pretty happy to have it at 16 minutes.
Repel working. It's a lot of damage stolen from Costabile and able to take him down. A quick kill. Ori is here as well, though. Sonic Wave, the turnaround, the purification that came from the Rubik, but it's still going to be a kill onto Costabile, and Burrow strike through, but they got the Nightmare Wall. It's all happening. They try and turn this again. Leposa juking, jiving, not enough. He does have another Burrow in 3, as well as Epicenter, only a 1 second stun. The Burrow connects onto 2 of them now. Leposa still trying to run the purification to get him away. Now Rubik still blink. He runs away. The Storm Spirit jumping from far away, finds the kill onto Ori. Now, can he find any more here? Track is starting to work around as well. Yolikor, he might have a shuriken toss to go, but Lanham drops down another one of those big fissures in the ground. The reality to pull 40R into it, and they take down the Storm Spirit.
Okay,
the chaos is going to continue.
Bardino dies at the same time to the tower hit. This is such a weird, chaotic dive that... both teams know what's at stake, right? But it doesn't seem like they really care. They're still just kind of willing to battle non-stop. Under tower, under tier 2 with the entire team up, no problem, SG. They still take that fight. And the upside is, any trade feels okay when you get tracks off.
Right. Yeah, Bounty, who was hurting so bad before, up to level 6 at this point. It's still not great, but at least his net worth is starting to feel a little bit more like a support. And Not just a dead hero.
Yeah, now he's scouting, getting some good info out there. Lanham also,
Oh,
by the
God.
way, we haven't mentioned it enough, but sometimes, like, somehow he keeps getting these, like, sick Earth Splitters off that I don't quite understand. But, like, it's working for them. That spell, for the most part, it's the most easily avoidable ability in Dota.
Right.
But, like, he hasn't even really had many setups. He just kind of gets it off. I don't know if that's more good on him, as at top, SG, getting around this area.
Yeah. And it's not a tier 2 traded in the bottom lane either. This is just a kind of a freebie, I guess.
It is a decent amount of farm, though, going on the Queen of Pain.
Okay.
She needs some alone time right now to try to catch up. As 4DR makes his way up at top 2, maybe supporting a fight if that's necessary for them.
Yeah. Well, tier 2's about to go down. It's the Sand King getting closer to as well. There's still Paparazzi who's been able to farm towards that Echo Saber. You talked about the Veil on the Quap. Anything else that, I mean, it's kind of an interesting build from Costabile going for the Solar Crest.
It's just a nice early game item against the CK, who, you know, he's never, it's really awkward for CK to build MKB. Like, it's not an item that you're often going to see him go early on, because it doesn't benefit his illusions very much in terms of stats or damage. Plus, it's really annoying to play against when you're Queen of Pain. And supports that naturally just don't attack fast, like, it's going to affect their lives too.
Right.
It's a ripple effect.
Well, another Purification stolen. Feels great to play Rubik against Omni Knight as Theo is sort of stalking that Chaos Knight, making sure that they have vision of him with the track, and now maybe rotating bottom? They do have the Bane in the area, but Ori's just going to be able to TP away, and maybe a track kill here if they can get in time. Oh, I think they just spotted it though. Now Fenrir realizes they're in the area.
Yeah, and 4DR. So 16 minutes has passed, but he is starting to get pretty close now as Paparazzi going to make his way up. Trying to bait out the stun as Static Link does come on bottom at Fenrir, who's just going to sleep and walk away. Does get tracked up.
Yeah.
Which is more annoying than anything.
I mean, do you think that they start building towards ways to deal with the track eventually? Like, what items are there really for the Vici Gaming squad? Or do you think you just sort of play around having
just
track
play
on
around
you?
it.
Okay.
The thing about Bounty Hunter is that the rest of your team needs to win fights
Right.
without you. Like, the benefit of the Bounty Hunter is that you get some vision, and if you do win a fight, like if you come out on top of a fight, you have track. But the obvious issue with this here is like the lack of team fight that he provides.
Right.
Sure, you can argue with me and tell me that he's going to hit like a 5-man track shuriken toss, but even that, like, he doesn't have a stun. He can't really get up close. You don't really want to get up close with this hero either, which is why I imagine Ice Frog just kept buffing the shuriken toss so that you can do things like the shuriken toss on a creep, so that you don't necessarily
Ori.
have to be there.
Almost dead. They are going to be able to find that kill. Vici not in a position to turn that around.
Yeah, now they're starting to get picked off, and the gold's adding up.
Scary stuff indeed for the Vici Gaming lineup. Again, only a best of 2. There's not a chance to sort of secure those extra points if you get the full and even 2-0 completed. So,
Especially with how game 1 went, you could have reasonably surmised like Vici have really figured it out, especially after their like disappointing Starlighter run.
right.
But I mean, SG's a legit team, man. As in mid, once again, Lanham, you're so greedy. Just carry around dust. Like, neither of them have dust right now. They've got some sentries, but you got to get some dust.
Yeah, and stolen now. Purification yet again. They've got track on these heroes. They're keeping them back. It does sort of force them away, at least for the moment, from Roshan.
Yeah, this is one of the best heroes in the game against the Omni Knight. Because when you play against Omni as Rubik, you're not sad with anything you get.
Right.
Okay, so you get GA, great. Repel, maybe even better.
With Storm, yeah.
There's nothing bad about taking any of those abilities. It's kind of akin to playing against a Venomancer where, you know, if you steal Ward or Gale or
Nova.
Nova, yeah.
Well, still looking for another opening here. The game has slowed down a little bit. Do you feel like this favors one side or the other, really? Or do you think any team is more happy with their current position in this game?
SG is definitely happier.
Okay.
Like they're winning.
Yeah.
The team that's winning is often happier, Gabe.
Well, I mean, here's what I'm going to say. Like, sometimes you're okay with being a little bit behind because you're like, late game, we got this. We're going to be able to make it work. You know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down?
Kind of. Like, I don't want to blow up your spot here. It's like the team that's up 3,000 gold and has the Storm on their team and Bounty Hunter feels okay.
Okay.
But they are eventually going to take a team fight, and who knows what happens in 5-on-5 team fights. Like Omni Knight, if you don't burst him instantly, he's so annoying to play against.
Yeah.
They don't have any sort of Orchid coming out on the Storm anytime soon, I think. Like, he just completed his Bloodstone, like, not opting to go for the Kaya first.
Again, Posa here in the mid lane, maybe trying to bait something out. They have the Elder Titan right nearby as well. Trying to push towards this mid tier 2 tower. See what they can do. Burrow Strike onto one. They follow it up as well, starting to bring him down low and going to be able to blow him up. That is what you want to start the fight. Paparazzi pops his ultimate as well as Storm Spirit's going in here onto Fenrir. Ori shows up as well. They managed to find the grip. Where's the rest of his health? They slept him. Burrow Strike turnaround. Laposa trying to take him down low. It's so much freaking damage, but it's not quite enough for dead from SG and looking like it might be 5. It looks like maybe they're the happier team now.
Yeah. If I can decipher those pictograms, I think that the Earth Splitter hit 5 people.
Look at him, the Storm Spirit, he's all over it. Oh my god, there was a flurry of things reconnecting.
I don't think anything else happened.
Okay.
I think that SG won that fight. No, they lost. They definitely lost.
SG definitely lost that fight.
SG definitely lost that fight.
Oh. 14 to 18. It's only 1,000 gold lead. There might have been a track kill in there as well. Oh yeah, that's a big old swing.
Yeah, they've
Storm Spirit did get 1 kill onto the Quap.
That was just such an awkward fight. Like, they overcommitted, and they were in a weird position where they had to go for... They took, like, a high ground area, and somehow this ET keeps getting these, like, 4-man Earth Splitters off, which is absolutely sick. Like, all the props in the world to Lana. I can't wait to see his damage dealt at the end of this game.
That's going to be something ridiculous.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty significant. And now Queen of Pain has Orchid. Big items are flying out on the side of Vici, and the timings for it are sick too. Like, this is a good time for them to take a fight. They've got a BKB. Queen of Pain has an Orchid now completed. Once she has something like a Lincoln's or a BKB herself, it's going to be quite hard for her to die.
Level 10 bounty. He's got these wards, going to try and place him down there as deep as possible. You get punched in the mouth right now if you're SG with that last team fight. How do you respond?
By taking another fight, but this time you do it properly.
Are they tracked or is that a visual bug?
I'm sure
it doesn't
it's a
look
visual
like
bug.
it's,
It's definitely a visual bug. They would not smoke with track on them.
Laposa, he breaks the smoke, Burrow Strike on the 2. Not a bad way to start, but they still have the Omniad in the area. He's separated from the rest of the herd. There's sort of circles of Venn diagrams of pain as they're starting to drain away the damage from Paparazzi. Can they kill him off? Looks like the answer is no for now. The buyback from the Sand King. They're starting to bring them low. Fenrir, is he going to end up going down? No! They instead lose Costa Bio. They bought back on the Sand King. He's not able to do enough to turn this yet. Laposa ends up getting blown up again. Storm Spirit's dead. SG falling apart at 23 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and another unsuccessful fight where they got caught out first, despite both teams being smoked out. And when the Omni Knight doesn't get bursted like that, you see what happens. It's very hard for them to remove anybody on the playing field. And with those item timings, the Orchid and the BKB, SG definitely didn't expect that. But now the net worth has swung 3K another way. Maybe it's just like some magic number, and this time Vici loses the fight as the net worth has now fallen off a cliff.
Yeah, this is a problem. This is not good. Well, we were just talking about how things were going so well for SG, and the last couple of minutes have just not been for their benefit.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why, because Man,
Cost a file.
can you imagine how OP that would be if this was like Razor's level 25 talent?
That would be something
He
special.
just like has a moving ring of death.
That's great. I love it.
Alright, if that got changed to the hero game, I would consider enjoying that hero.
Yeah?
Yeah, that would be cool.
It would have to be at 25 though, right?
Yeah, his level 25. I mean, it has to be like a level 30 for that to be balanced, dude.
Yeah.
That you just have a constant ring of...
See, the play would be you just get 4 steps, and he just like turns, and you go 4 step back and forth. It's like a shuffle step. All right, well, 25 minutes in, like we were talking about, 3,000 net worth lead. CK, very clearly a problem. He has that BKB done, going back for the Blink Dagger next. It's kind of a cool build. I've seen it a few times. What's the benefit of it, do you think?
For what, sorry?
The Blink Dagger on CK.
Oh, it's just so that you can get on top of people without having to like waste your initial chase. Like the problem with the hero is like once you reality rift, if anybody just like blinks out, it's really hard for you to keep on top. Plus it allows you to just like blink stun, which the problem with your stun is that it's also very easily disjointable, right? By heroes like the Stormspirit or like the Sand King with this Blink Dagger, but you just kind of eliminate that chance. You should think about it in the same way that Sven gets a blink. Because that's the downside of Sven, right? Is you throw your stun out, but everyone in the world dodges it. And then all of a sudden you've got no lockdown. But like you desperately need lockdown on the side of Vici. Because you're one of the few stuns against a Storm Spirit. They do have an Orchid now, so it's a little bit better. But once Storm gets like a BKB, it kind of evens out again, like it shakes out again.
He's got his Orchid as well at the same time.
Yeah, but his Orchid is less effective because his team is getting run over in fights.
Fair enough. Reality Rift, pull back 1, 3-second stun. There's a lift from Bardino. Paparazzi trying to bring him low, and Costabile is dead. No way to stop that one, and now the Fiend's Grip is there as well. They reality wrapped in the Rubik. And another kill here. Theolicore goes down. Everybody is just falling apart, and there's no buyback on anybody either.
Yeah. And this is what, I mean, when you have a bounty hunter on your team, he doesn't provide team fight. So if you're not running over your team, which it looked like they were doing, but 1 or 2 bad fights and it looks like this, you just have a hero that kind of just like throws sand in people's eyes. You know, he's like, ha, but he doesn't actually provide any substance.
Yeah.
Like dudes are throwing out earth splitters. Like that guy's legit shaking the ground and causing like divides in the earth, and your benefit of like a team fight is that people can see you a bit better.
Right, and even like you saw there that they're able to get some D wards while he was trying to ward back behind the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. So even the vision game isn't necessarily always going into their favor either, because they've been able to keep pretty good track of him and make sure that he's not just able to cause issues. So we do have some lag, it looks like, as everybody is disconnecting. Hopefully they get back shortly. Always a bit of a worry. Okay, they're just gone.
They'll be back.
For sure.
And in greater numbers.
What is, what is that one? Star Wars. That's the one. Old Ben Kenobi. We got our old Toby-Wan. I was wondering, he changed his name. I want the Kenobi back.
Toby-Wan Kenobi?
Yeah.
Do you though?
Maybe not.
I remember Toby when he used to cast on like WoW casting or something. So
Okay.
when I was in Dota 1, be like, man, I really look up to that guy. Why'd you just laugh there?
Because you started smiling. You started grinning. That's why.
Because I'm reminiscing about the old days.
Okay. Did you want to finish your story, or?
No, that was it.
Okay. What a guy. Well, SG, they got one more to reconnect, then we're going to be good to go. 1526, 6,000 hours. I mean, to me, with like Aegis there as well, this feels like they could just run down a lane almost and finish it.
I don't know if you go that far, but it is getting a little bit rough now. Like the landscape of this game is that they can't team fight anymore. Like,
Okay.
how many team fights in a row do you lose before you're just like, this isn't working? You can only... So they took the first fight because they were ahead, right? And they lose that fight. And you take a successive fight, and you think to yourself, Gabe, like, oh, well, maybe we just initiated wrong, so let's just like smoke up, take another fight. And that fight goes wrong, and at that point you just realize, like, okay, we actually can't straight up 5-on-5 them anymore.
Right.
But at the same time, like, it's easy to still throw. Imagine you get 5-man wipe with track on you, then the 5k gold lead goes the other way. Like the defense circle.
Even with permanently tracked CK and Razor having max plasma field, they can't win the fights.
It's pretty rough right now. The situation is kind of foreboding. Is up at top.
Oh god. They're not going to go for him. Well, Storm has a regen rune. This could actually work.
Right, this is the turnaround.
Maybe they're going to make it happen. Ori tries to jump away. They ended up
they're
getting
trying to
the
do too
orchid.
much.
They're really going to get away from this?
Oh no, they try to do too much there. They got greedy. This is like the
Alright, well they blow her up still. But now the sleep. Can they turn it?
He's got Orchid again. Oh, he with a stun. That timing on the stun was sick. If he doesn't get that, maybe 40R gets the Orchid off and who knows what happens.
Right. Well, they got a kill on the Quap with the Aegis at least.
That is something. Like, they needed that pretty badly before Vici could go for any sort of 5-man. So that part of it was successful, but I think overall it's still pretty rough right now.
Ooh, Reality Rift pierces spell immunity.
Yeah, he's anticipating that people will eventually get BKBs, and he should be correct in thinking so.
I guess also if they get a repel, it would make the difference. And there's Cust Files finishing his BKB. And, well, even though they try and find the defensive items, the answer is already there. And things needing to be...
150 GPM's a lot.
yeah. This could be a nice little pickup here. Fenrir drops.
Gold is gold. Like, they just need money right now.
Bloodstone charges too. Not insignificant.
Yeah. That's the infinite scaling. They've got track gold and bloodstone charges.
Do you think that VG need to start trying to play more towards... would this be concerning at all for you at this point if you're Vici? Do you need to like group together and make stuff happen? Or do you think you just play more safe?
You probably just, like, I don't know, for Vici, you don't have to play that much safer. Like, you're still in a really good, comfortable position. Without the Aegis, like, you kind of know that you're not invulnerable, but now with the BKB completed on Queen of Pain, like, maybe they are.
Okay.
They just needed the BKB on Queen of Pain so that Omni doesn't have to, like, be forced to repel only her.
Radiant are scanning.
There was a cool build I saw the other day, like, Omni was on this now. So you, like, absolutely can't get bursted.
Oh yeah.
But he's going to go for a Lotus Orb instead.
I guess a way to deal with the track. Take that off. But Arcane Rune top, obviously a great one to pick up for the Storm Spirit. And looking like they're going to go pick that one up and well, maybe see if they can find another pick off. Young 11 alone for the moment. Doesn't have his Lotus Orb yet.
Yeah, they're hunting right now. Here's the fight.
Not a bad way to start it. Stun, trying to bring him down low. Is it going to happen? He got the Lotus Orb delivered to him as they went.
On that.
Now another Earth Splitter. They have the Fiend's Grip. Laposa is gone. Really unfortunate. Blink forward. Can they find this kill? Trying to get away is Rubik, but he's still going to blow up.
And with 3 dead, I think they're just going to march down mid. Storm's going to try to split push this to keep this game going as long as possible, and with the Arcane Rune, he's probably going to force at least somebody back. I'd really like 40R just grab a TP and continue to push.
Yeah.
Like, skip the next wave, and that's why we see Ori already on the way back, understands the threat.
And mid lane, like you said, they're just pushing in for this one. Ori is ready to push out bottom lane if they need to. Storm is maybe gearing up for a long zip, who knows?
He's thinking about it, but his math would be a little bit, it'd be close
Oh, look at this.
to get a kill. Like, he's just like,
Oh, that Lotus Orb delivered right at that second.
yeah, the timing of that is unbelievable. Like, Storm's still thinking about it. He's going to send Costabil forward and hope that Ori stays. And he's going to go for, like, the one-shot zip. And it just depends, like, what's faster. Is Ori watching? Because he's going to get his
Here it
BKB
is.
off, potentially.
Jump forward, they get the pull at the same time, trying to get the finish. He is going to get away with the BKB. Oh, lordy. They've used grip already, though, so I think Storm's living.
Yeah, that was really close, though. But Lanem, once again, foils those plans.
What a player.
At top, now at bottom. Was a BKB forced, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was the 10-second charge, which is nice.
I mean, in this, the way that it feels like they've designed their draft, they have like 3 defensive heroes, and then just all the damage from CK and Quap.
Yeah, they don't need anything from their Omni Knight. He just needs to save these 2 cores. So far, that has been successful, but
I don't know what they're trying to do to Paparazzi there, but it ain't working. As they Sonic Wave as he lands. Ori very
Full
upset about the
retreat mode.
situation.
They need to get out right now. And Queen of Pain has a gem. She's trying to run forward, but everybody from SG has already exited the premises. And a BKB... No? Okay. He does have the BKB on the courier.
No.
That is a significant pickup for him. With that, it's going to be quite hard for them to kill him. The only thing that they have, of course, being... Okay, Storm, you need to TP out. This would be really nice if he gets out for free.
That was really good.
Yeah, he forced out another BKB charge on the Queen of Pain. Didn't have to really expend too much other than his mana. Has to go back to base anyways to pick up his own BKB. So all in all, not bad. And this is how they're going to have to come back into this game. Be annoying as possible. Don't allow Vici to just go high ground.
Right. Razor doubling down on his lightning form, picking up the Maelstrom right there. But Fenrir finds the grip from far away. They do have the Bounty Hunter in the area, but with a heart on CK, there's never going to be a chance. And 4DR actually didn't have any mana left. That was a long zip. Yeah, time to run away.
Yeah, they're going to reset things a little bit. And instead, they're just thinking to themselves, okay, now we have the opportunity, I guess, with the cost of build dead.
Oh, Gem Quap, they found him. Theo, he's going down now as well. Ori unstoppable streak. 10-4-12.
No opportunity to even get his track off as he was silenced. So now Paparazzi with that heart tanks all this damage, doesn't really care, can have his armlet on permanently, which he does, nearly 5,000 HP. That is a lot of health.
That's a good point. It is impossibly hard to take down. And like right behind him too, they've got Bane, they've got Omni Knight, they've got Elder Titan.
SG, I don't think they can fight this. I think they have to split.
All right, we're going for the split push games.
Oh, no.
The post is there. All right, they're coming back to fight.
They probably have to. I mean, this is just not a fun situation to be in because you can't take the fight, but if you split push, then Vici probably have enough illusions.
Okay, they're going to be able to take those down. At least Paparazzi jumped forward for it, but they're already bringing them down solo. Bardino's gone. 40 are trying to make it work. They are hanging him down low, but the Sonic Wave finds the kill onto that tanky. He has buyback again, or Splitter doesn't connect onto that many. Now the Sonic Wave stolen by the Rubik. Is this going to end up working out for them? Is it enough damage? Looks like the answer is no for now. The Storm, he's going to buy back as well. They bring down cost of bound. No buyback for him. A triple kill for Paparazzi. They're taking them all down. Ultra kill. Go get Laposa. Making a rampage. We'll see if they give it away to their buddy as they try to bring him down. Burrow strike. Is it enough? They're trying. The lift up. GG. Does the game end before he gets the kill? Rampage for Paparazzi.
Oh, they're trying to deny him too. This is some real spiteful stuff, but they did allow him to get the rampage.
Wow. 17-40. It was 18,000 net worth lead, and I don't know. It felt to me like there were so many moments where SG was like right on the brink of being able to take it over, and then just kind of like squished on their throat a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that one fight where they were by the jungle and they were by a shrine, it was just way too awkward for them to take. Then they overplayed their advantage. They took 1 or 2 unsuccessful fights. Once the Orchid and the BKB timings were completed on the CK and the Queen of Pain, it's just a little bit too hard for SG to take that straight up 5-on-5.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be going to a quick break, but again, it's going to be a 2-0 victory for Vici. They're in the lead as far as Group A is concerned. We'll be back a little bit for more from the Perfect World Masters. See you guys in a few.
So 2-0 in our first match here in Group A. In Group B, spoiler alert, it's 1-1. We'll also check in with the results through the day in Group B. We're going to wrap up things on our first match in Group A. We're back with our panel members, Jack and Cap. Captain Jack, what do you make of that? Were you part of the Hope team that were watching that, Jack? Or were you like, nah, this isn't going to happen?
You always want to see something that's a little bit unusual, or you always want to see a game where you're like learning something about the game that you really didn't expect to see. And I mean, SG, they went by the pace that they wanted to early on. When you have highly mobile heroes, you want to be able to get numbers to the fights that you take. You see like a lot of these dives, they were able to just have a bit of a numbers advantage and like do very well early on. So they got the objectives, really restricted VG space, and they were getting a lot of these fights early. But eventually, this is one of the hardest things I think for any Dota team to do. At some point during the game, you sometimes have to change gears. Once like VG space got constricted back to like losing their tier 2 towers, they're in like Helm's Deep formation. Like you're defending like the walls and like the castle, right? And you can't just keep using you can't just use the same thing in the open field that you do with the castle storming. You got to be a little bit more careful about it.
You're just gonna get shot down by archers.
Yeah, exactly. So once they got into Helm's Deep formation, I mean, it just became a lot harder for SG to crack. They lost, I think, 2 or 3 team fights in a row, and that's when things started to turn around.
So that's why they need like an Urukai split pusher, who is able to go in with a bomb and blow up a tier 3. So they had to find some way. But Jack's absolutely right. Like here, this is a great example of a fight. Like this is what they were supposed to do. Like they make the rotation on the Razor early to go threaten the Chaos Knight because they don't have an answer to him later on. So they had to establish that early. They did an okay job of being able to do that, even if they went a little deep at times and kind of forced things a little bit too hard. When they just could have taken that safe lane tower and taken control. But that was all okay because they actually managed to get themselves like a 4,000 gold lead or something at one point. But then they ended up it was like 21 minutes, and I was telling Jack, I was like, they have to stop team fighting. Yeah. Stop team fighting, start split pushing.
No team fighterito.
Yeah, it's the only way you could possibly win this. You just can't fight into the Omni Knight Chaos Knight. And it sucks, and you don't really have a great win condition in that regard. You don't have a very clear way of being able to win the game, but you definitely won't win the game by continually team fighting them.
I mean, I think Will made a great point in the commentary. It was like, okay, we can't win this fight, but maybe it was because we didn't quite play it that well. Let's try another one. Let's see if we can do it better this time. Oh crap, we lost another one. But maybe it was because we didn't play that very well. And it's kind of like a vicious cycle for them.
It's because they last a Chaos Knight. You don't have an answer to them, and they have an Omni Knight. You can't fight them. So they just had to and they started doing it. It was just too late. They did it after losing 3 team fights in a row. They finally put Storm Spirit on the bottom. They put Sand King on the top, and they tried to split push. But by then, you'd already fed away a pretty big gold advantage, and Vici Gaming were just able to start steamrolling them. If they could have just stalled the game and just kind of split push and find openings for themselves to maybe get those pickoffs and maybe turn things that's what they had to do. They had to find openings somehow in Vici Gaming's defense. Managed to get pickoffs that turns into actual pushes in 5 versus 4.
But you made the point. Win conditions in there were very slim, weren't they?
Yeah, they were few and far between.
Yeah. Was not much more you could do as far as SG were concerned.
I think it was just a really strong last pick from Vici Gaming. They really showed the power of the last pick in the draft, and how to be able to utilize that. Whereas the Slark.
But it was a better draft game 2 from SG though.
Yes.
I'm trying to give them some highlights.
Yes.
I'm trying to help them a little bit as they go through the competition.
I think that they drafted a bit better and they executed a little bit better. In that I saw them doing what I saw them doing before, which was they read what they needed to do strategy-wise, and they established that. They didn't make the next read, which was now it's no longer team fight time.
I was going to say stop the team fight. Vici Gaming, Jack, summarise what they'll feel having come off of this as a 2-0. I guess in many ways their fans will just go, well, yeah, they're supposed to win 2-0.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. I don't think the fans are going to be overjoyed about this. I mean, at least they avenged their prior loss. Yeah. But I mean, I think the drafting is pretty solid. That's a good takeaway from them. They at least feel that they can outdraft some of these teams that have less experience. Just everything came together very well for them both games. that's a good takeaway. For SG, I mean, again, like you said, there's some points where they execute pretty well. They get the aggression that they're going, but then how to use that space to be able to win games, how to use like the map control. Sometimes you have to lay off the gas a little bit, and you have to, stockpile Roshans, keep the split push pressure going, and like you don't have like a clear objective taker for this lineup. You just have to slow things down just a little bit. Those are adjustments that are very hard for teams to make, and hope SG can take something from that going forward. If you're VG, you're happy that the big picture game plans are working out, and you hope those continue to be advantages in this group stage.
Yeah, definitely indeed. For VG, as far as they're concerned, they take maximum points from their matches. Very important in these best of twos. No more so that when Chinese teams come head to head with North Americans. Next up, it's LFY, the golden boys of the youth side of Chinese Dota, going head to head with the experienced old hands of a team inside the top 8 in the DPC. Complexity versus LFY is coming next. Welcome back to the Perfect World Masters live coverage coming to you from Shanghai. Day 1 of 8. 8 days of Dota just for you guys because we love you. It is round 5 of the Dota 2 professional circuit. 4 in the bag already. One of those a major winner for Virtus Pro, of course, and Team Liquid and Mineski splitting the other 3 between them. Who's going to win the 5th? It's going to be found out over the next 9 days or so. We're into match number 2, LFY versus Complexity. We've had a change on the desk. We welcome DJ Lyrical to the house alongside Mr. Captain Jack. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, what did you make of that first game?
It was kind of a stomp, you know.
Yeah.
We saw a look at it. SG just couldn't really stand up to it. I felt like particularly like game number 1, that was just a huge outdraft.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, disappointing for the Brazilians. I always want them. I'm a bit of a fanboy, I have to say. I always want them to do well. It's kind of, come on, it's Brazil. I want them to do well. You know, but hopefully they can do better through the tournament. Let's switch track a little bit, Jack, and move on to this next one. I think we know a lot about the boys from LFY, but inconsistency would be a very good nickname for these boys over the last 12 months. 1 minute you think, wow, they are unbelievable. They're on fire. They can beat any team in the world. Next time they're losing to a team, you just go, why? How? What is it with these boys?
Well, like as you said, consistency. So there are a lot of things have changed over the past few months. I mean, first you have kind of a different patch where probably the one position matters more is ability to come online. It's less about the mid in a lot of situations. So you see Monet being able to show off his individual skill quite a bit, and like him and Paparazzi as like the youngest, more mechanically gifted core players in the Chinese scene, they've stood out at times. But as a team, sometimes that means that Inflame's game is a lot harder. And if you go back to Inflame, you can correlate a lot of this team's success with how Inflame plays. Before TI, you know, when he struggled or when he would die a lot out of the offlane position, like they didn't do that well as a team.
A lot, yeah.
And then things changed for a little bit. He played very well, I would say, at TI, like probably above expectations. Just a very solid TI. Obviously, they come in 3rd place there at that event. So, and then afterwards, a lot of teams they can go through this bit of a slump or a slumber maybe after TI. They didn't get into great form for a little bit. You didn't really see them at too many, tournament qualifiers or any real lands or anything like that. So they need some time to pick some things up and adjust.
Okay, is Monet going to be in the mood for it? Do you think today? Is he going to be shut up and watch me perform mood, or is he going to be in some other mode?
I think so. I think again, like with the patch obviously taking a little bit less away from how important mid is. It'll feature Monet a little bit more. And then Afu we see less of the, around TI was like Night Stalker, Earth Spirit, auto first pick every game. His hero pool has changed a little bit as well. Like sometimes he's on Ogre or something that doesn't feel as flashy, doesn't feel able to control the game quite as much. But he's still been pretty solid for them.
I feel like he was also the sort of standout player when he needed to be. Like the team definitely lives or dies by Inflame's play, and that's always been the story of Inflame's career. I remember so many times I've seen him play like SF in the mid lane, and he either completely dominates the enemy team or he like goes 0-4, 0-5 in the first couple of minutes, and then it's just over. And it feels to me like maybe Afu can, if he plays on some of those more flashy heroes, like bringing back the Earth Spirit potentially, that could be something we could see.
Yeah, he's played a lot of Earth Spirit recently as well, so that could be a possibility. I purposely went to Jack for LFY. I'm purposely going to come to you for Complexity. Where are these boys right now? Because this is a team that we've seen before. It's not new. This is a similar lineup to what they had 12 months, 14, 15 months ago, before they went to TI this year. So they've gone back for Chessie, they've gone back for Limp. It seems to be working, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It feels like it's almost like a Complexity all-star roster in a way. Like they switch out so many different people throughout the last year, it felt like, and then they're finally finding a team that they feel like fits well. And I think the patch favors them too. We're in this mode right now where it's sort of 5-man and fight a lot. That's one of the things that can work well, and that's something that Complexity is always going to be good at. You talk to a lot of different people, and they talk about the desire to build these aura items, the Helm of the Dominator, the Bassi and Aquila, stacking those up together and then just group together and fight. And I think that that's something they excel at, and they know what they need to do to win the game, and they just make it happen.
As you said, Paul, this goes back to the strong Complexity roster they had about a year and a half ago. I think when they finished top 6, I believe, at Shanghai Major, when they were at a bunch of like tournaments, and this roster was doing very well. It's a little bit different with like, obviously, like Hanskin was on that team. But part of the reason for that is because the strong voice, central voice of this team is obviously Kyle. He wants to play a certain way. He has a very distinct identity. For the longest time, that was we're going to find the smallest item advantages and timings, and we're going to synchronize our itemization to go fight. Whether it's these bucklers, whatever smaller items, every bit of progression gives you a bit of an advantage in the next fight before you get to the next big item. They wanted to exploit that. And so we saw them do that very well, very consistently throughout the scene, whether it was King's Cup or elsewhere. Like, we saw that they have this identity. They want to make things happen early on. They want to push every little advantage. And as long as that unifying voice is there, like, that's how this team is going to play. So in that sense, you know, we talked about this in the first series as well. It's like, do you want your own kind of unique style that then someone else has to figure out, and do you build around that? That's clearly the direction that this team is going.
Do you feel like they're innovators?
I think so.
Because I just feel like over the last couple of years there have been meta picks that seems to have come from these boys within the NA scene, and then they've gone further. Axe back in the day, I think, was one of those that just nobody picked at all, and then Kyle had this idea how to use Axe, how to put it around a team, and then suddenly they're picking it, and then people are like, maybe there's something to this, and then suddenly it's in the meta.
I think they're more willing to try something out than a lot of other teams would be. And you look at some of the picks here, your favorite Chikiro, for instance, they love that guy.
Yep, they do.
Kunkka, one of their most as well. It feels like these heroes that allow them to keep the tempo up. So, like, you X somebody back, they TP home, and then you can keep that pressure continuing throughout the game, and they can sort of just, like, lay on the aggression.
One of the ones that I want to pick out in terms of heroes as we move towards the draft is a hero that hasn't really been in the meta for a while, not since the Tiny IO days. But with all the changes, they have a player on this team who plays a lot of Tiny. Limp. Are we going to see that?
No, it's going to be banned every game.
Come on, man. I've built it up.
It's not happening.
I built it up. It was in there. It was all ready to go. It was just set for you. All you had to do was take the bait lyrical.
I know, but I got to keep it real, you know?
But it's popular on the pubs right now. People are playing it.
Definitely. It's so strong.
Yeah.
Every time I play against this hero, I just feel like I can't do anything. Status resistance is OP. That's my thought, at least. I don't know what you think, Jack.
I mean, he does an insane amount of damage. He has, like, basically, like, the range thing. I think he, like, with the last attack on the tree grab, he has something like 60% status resistance, I believe. When the grow is maxed, and then with, like, the amount of strength that he has, it's like you doom him, and it's like it wears off in like a few seconds. He outputs an incredible amount of damage. Like, they don't even play him the same way where it's like, you might build him early on for burst. You have building destruction. In some ways, those things got buffed a little bit as well. So one of his main weaknesses before, obviously, was like armor. So Grow's been changed a little bit to give less damage and give him more armor. So I think this is still, like, a very strong hero. Like, even, even a couple days ago, like, people were scrambling for answers for this or just banning it outright. So I think
do you feel because sometimes it takes a while, doesn't it, in the pro circuit for a hero to come in, especially a new one like the two new ones that we've got right now. It takes them a while to kind of figure out where they go, how to build them, what items to put on them, how they synergize with the rest of the team. Do you feel like Tiny with the rework is kind of like a new hero like that?
Maybe not that new. I mean, so I'm tempted to go back to, like, Heroes of New Earth and Pebbles, and that's like the background that these guys have. Like, they've been running like a kind of Tiny IO for like the longest time. It's just different. Like, he's less reliant so much on the burst. There's just more consistent damage, and then the status thing. I think this is one of the heroes that best shows off the kind of status and unique attribute bonuses. Like, the status resistance and the regen. He just feels so much tankier than he did before, even though he was ostensibly a strength hero with a lot of HP.
Okay, one of the other plans that I want to highlight, again on the complexity side, is Z-Freak. How highly do you rate him as a 4?
I don't know if there's many that would top him. I think that, like, on any given day, you could take him above anybody else in the pool. Like, he can play better than anybody else in the pool, and he's always a key part of their wins. He's the one that moves around, makes stuff happen, while Kyle's kind of, more directing the action. And I think that there's games where he turns into, like, the next 3, or even sometimes being, eclipsing them and moving up to the 2 position in terms of farm. So it's something you got to look out for if you're a LGD Forever Young, for sure.
Okay, into the draft we go then. And no massive surprises. The Wyvern really has been banned an awful lot recently, Jack. Last two tournaments, online, qualified, everyone just getting rid of him.
It's a strong, very strong overall hero. I mean, he got nerfed a little bit yesterday, but this hero has some lane presence. He's got wave clear out of the support position. He's got tremendous teamfight presence, obviously, with the ult, and he just does a lot of things, and a save. there are very few support heroes that have that diverse of a toolkit and a skill set. I mean, maybe his mana costs were a little bit high. Maybe he has a long cooldown early in lane, so it's not as strong. But the hero just does so many things.
I can't believe they didn't ban out the Ire of the Tiny. They're trading basically here and saying, run it against us, we're taking Beastmaster, which is the other hero that's so strong right now in this patch.
10 seconds
Well, that
remaining.
one, and then also Brew feels like at times he can be really effective.
Yeah,
But
Brew's been on the rise, isn't it?
Yeah. It's also a complexity. I mean, you want to talk about complexities, kind of like innovations. I mean, they use Brewmaster quite a bit around the time of this new season. They use CK, like, with the blink as well, not to just be able to close with the illusions. So there
Chessie's
are other
played
things that they brought in.
Played an awful lot of CK in the last couple of months. So they're going with the Conquer. That's one that we already pointed out as being a staple Melons hero.
well, I'm still waiting for the Tiny. I feel like
10
if
seconds remaining.
you just take it here, right? I mean, is there any reason not to? If he roars you, you're like
5
not even
seconds
roared for any time afterwards immediately.
The CK, I mean, the Beastmaster felt like a kind of a block pick as well. Like, you see them take away
For
the
the
Nature's
IO.
Prophet. Complexity plays that tremendously well. Like, when they want to play a fast-paced game, and Kyle, you could see usually on like some kind of support with wave clear, but they fight so much as a Jakiro coming out. Like, if that's played, I mean, that's a flexible position hero, but if it's played in Kyle's hands, like, he usually ends up getting very farmed because he participates well in fights and he cleans up all the like unsafe farm so no one else has to, while you still maintain the lane pressure.
Yeah, they only usually play this off lane
10
or
seconds remaining.
on Kyle. So it's either Kyle support, but he also plays the Conquer as lot. His brother Zefreak does play Conquer, but not as much. So two relatively flexible picks, because it's going to make LFY think, isn't it, Lyrical? They're going to be thinking, okay, yeah, the Conquer's on Kyle, and then they go, oh, Jakiro, oh, that means that's both their supports. But actually, Moo can play the Jakiro pretty well.
Yeah, I think that it still signals what they want to do with their draft a lot, but you already knew that this is what Complexity were going to want to do early on anyways. So it just means that they have more options to counter out what it is that LGD is going to take here. And as far as like Beastmaster games go, it's also a pretty good combination of heroes to take because you can get the boat buff to help keep people alive if the roar comes out. Also, Ice Path is pretty good for counter initiation. But right now for LFY, they're going to go back in for the Earth Spirit, and I really like this decision. Just give something that Afu can actually make a presence around the map early, felt.
Yep, his most played hero in the last 3 months. And again, one that you boys picked out.
Signature hero for Afu. I mean, I just can't forget those plays at TI, whether it was the Age of Steel or just feeling like he was playing this hero almost differently from everyone else. Like, he wouldn't have items or he'd be under farm sometimes, but his whole job would just be tracking people down and chasing them down for his team. And it was just incredible to watch him execute on this and Night Stalker, among other things, during TI.
And I feel like it's sort of a return to it because you talked about those qualifiers and some of the inconsistencies, and I think this was something that was banned out a lot in China as well against them. And so now actually being able to get it, it feels like this is one of those heroes that enables them to really go off. They're going to ban out the Timber Saw.
Seen as one of the better hero against something like a Beastmaster. Also, like, they could potentially, a hero that LFY takes a lot more other teams probably is like a Medusa, which is also kind of seen as does fairly well against the Beastmaster at some point.
So Complexity don't let them have the Quap or the Lifestealer.
And they've already banned out that Sand King a lot earlier as well against Complexity. And thinking about their next pick, I feel like taking an offlaner here, if they wanted to run it that way, if they want to run the Jakiro for Kyle, could be quite strong since they already know what the enemy offlaner would be.
And again, you see some of the kind of ban priorities, like Complexity wants to deal with, doesn't want to deal too much with mobility or vision for the most part, because that compromises what they like to do, which is just be able to find these edges and run at people.
There it is.
I'm so shocked that they gave it to him. This is like, Limp to me is one of the best tinies in the world.
Yeah.
And the fact that this hero is like banned out against teams that don't even have a particularly great tiny player, and then you give it to him, they've got to have a plan, and, well, Venge?
They locked that in pretty quickly, so it was almost like they knew what was coming.
Trying to think like what would be a good answer to the status resistant stuff.
They do use the Venge as a core, by the way. That is one of the differences, of course, on this team.
Yeah, having Monet and kind of a more
Yeah.
self-sufficient hero. We've seen them also kind of innovate out of some of the offlane picks. I think they were among the earlier teams to use something like Zeus or an Elder Titan as much as they did in that offlane role.
Fourth pick, Wisp, which will be Z-Freak's Wisp, which means Jakiro will go in the offlane.
I think that this really works well. It just enables Tiny so much, right?
Yeah,
It's
no,
the
I mean,
perfect combo.
it's the Tiny IO combo from 2-3 years ago or whatever it was when it went on the rampage for about 6 months in one of the patches.
With Wyvern already banned out, they're going to take the Disruptor. So it's another good answer, but it's still a little bit sketchy because, like, you can have Kunkka X torrent somebody, and then the relocate happens, and they can pretty much kill everybody. Save-wise, I don't really know. I mean, I guess you could have... Venge can't even swap because she's going to be the core, really.
Yeah, where's that Disruptor going as well?
5 seconds remaining.
This is odd, isn't it?
Afo has played this as well, for like fairly recently, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be for DDC.
Neither of them have played in the last 3 months of any
LFY's
notable
turn to
amount.
ban.
I think they just needed an answer for the relocate, and so they want to... If the relocate comes, they disrupt Static Storm right on top of them.
So the Beastmaster is in flames. The offlane.
Mhm.
Yeah, Spirit and the Disruptor will be the supports.
10
And that'll be a
seconds
core bench for
remaining.
Monet, I guess. So yeah. So we're looking for a superhero for them.
5 seconds remaining.
Some of his signatures are still in there. There's the Medusa,
Yeah.
who came on strong for like a little bit, but then quickly got nerfed. There's still the DK,
DK,
which is like
yep.
the staple signature hero for him.
It's really tough against an IO Tiny lane, though. Both
You're
of those
taking a
heroes.
Necro in there as well. Yeah, Necro is still there.
I think Death Prophet might be a decent pick. It's something that like could maybe let you survive the lane, because I think even Necrophos, if you get tossed back under tower, it could still be enough to burst. One of those two, though.
Yeah, this Tiny I'm excited to see because again, like another major change to him, and he hasn't been let through.
Oh, a PA this time round.
I'm not really a fan. I don't know. I guess
Ooh, not in Super's top 10 from the last 3 months either. Complexity's final pick. Where are they going? They need a Chessie hero here.
10 seconds remaining.
They would have wanted the CK, I guess, so that's banned.
5 seconds remaining.
maybe a Juggernaut. That could be the other thing. It's still tough, but I think that honestly, it with Tiny and IO already there, this is going to be enough. Like they can burst through that PA really easily.
There's a Brewmaster still in the pool.
Yeah, there is a Brew.
If they feel that that's a decent pick, the PA is interesting. Again, like being able to get to the backlines and really kill the IO. This is another hero that's feels like it's been buffed in terms of talent, but we haven't seen it too much in competitive play just yet. But promising in a lot of ways. With that armor reduction, you have like even better roshing potential early on if you do go for that Desolator build.
I'm still feeling though like it's still. I want to see how they lane it all, because I feel like PA against Tiny IO in the mid can just get destroyed unless they stick somebody there.
Choose your hero.
Whoa.
What?
Okay.
Is this a core Kunkka? No,
it-
Moo is
it
playing
can't
Tusk.
be,
Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, so Chessie's going to pick up the Jakiro this time. Okay. Well, it's not something he's played a huge amount of, but I guess it's probably okay. I'm not the biggest fan.
I believe in that more than the PA. I'm going to still stick with Complexity. I think that the Tiny IO is enough. I think that they have something up their sleeves with the Tusk, and that is going to be enough. Like he's going to be able to set up kills around the map along with the Kunkka. I'm going Complexity.
Tusk,
Okay.
another hero whose stock has been on the rise. I'm also kind of a believer in the Tiny, just having seen it the last few days, and with the new patch again, like this will be a time to evaluate it with fresh eyes. But I like Complexity draft as well.
Okay. I'm not. I don't know if I'm all on board with these thoughts, but nevertheless, there's a Jakiro in the game, so what the hell? Who cares? It's going to be fun with a two-headed dragon. Talking of two-headed dragons, let's head back to your commentary team. We've changed things up. Two heads are better than one, so we've got Toby 1 alongside Blitz.
I'm not quite certain exactly which head's which. Either way, I'm Tubby One. This is Blitz.
What's up? I had a comment for that, but just like, let's cut it.
Let's cut it.
Keep going.
We'll
Keep going.
move on. We'll move on.
I was gonna reply, and I was like, I'm being baited here. The last time a person made jokes like that, I was here in Shanghai. He didn't make it home.
Well, let's leave the whiteboard behind. Let's talk about the game, man. Complexity versus LFY. The drafts have come through. LFY willingly giving IO and Tiny over to Complexity while we have the Tuskar last pick up. Do you think LFY knew what they're getting into?
I mean, if you watched Complexity play, and even like through somewhat rigorous checking, like you just open up their Dota buff page, the fact that all of their Twitters, they keep posting photos of
30
Tiny,
seconds to battle.
like they really like this hero. If it wasn't enough that you saw like, I saw them like all post about it, they really like the hero, they think it's broken, it's one of them's favorites. They were one of the original Tiny IO teams. Remember, they almost got to TI with it.
Yes.
History could have been changed completely in the NA quals. DC might not have gone second. They played that Tiny IO game against DC, and they like barely lost. Like, this is their hero in the clutch, game 5. This is the hero that they're going to pull out.
Well, do we look at it from the flip side then? Okay, Complexity are comfortable with it. They've publicly said this. If LFY can slap them down, is that the better way to do it? Like, you were talking when we were over in the green room before, like how do you actually counter this Tiny? Doom goes off in a matter of seconds, but Disruptor at least sticks around a lot longer.
That was
like,
my suggestion.
Yeah, it was your suggestion.
I said Disruptor would be good, because like Black's suggestion was Enigma, but like getting Black Hole off is considerably harder than getting a Disruptor ultimate off. But
yeah.
I mean, he's still pretty good. I think like Roar does nothing against him. The Roar is not very annoying. The stuns that LFI do have, they don't have that constant ability on top of them. But you know, there's something interesting I want to bring up. If you know somebody's going to pick something and you're able to beat it, it's always like a weird position that it puts you in. Because if you lose to it, everyone's going to call you an idiot. Because they're just like, well, you knew they were going to do it. But if you beat it, you're just like, you open up a whole lot for the rest of the field. It forces like a little bit of doubt on the side of Complexity.
I wonder if it also changes the meta as far as the tournament moves forward. Like we looked at Tiny appearing in a lot of the games this morning on both sides of the group. What happens if LFY is just like, hey, guys, we actually found a way to make it so this guy isn't a pain in the ass anymore?
Yeah, it just makes it easier for everyone to play. And that's the cool thing about Dota is like you have access to very similar information, right? Because all the teams, what they do is they'll watch the games and they'll say like, this worked against it, this didn't.
Yep.
We had a lot of success. They didn't have success against it. Like, we saw that Tiny was beatable using this formula. And once you start to like develop that, that's how like, you know, counters get developed, just because like you put heroes through rigorous tests.
And that's when like you move on to the next hero that actually replaces them, and so on and
exactly.
so forth.
And it's just like a huge cycle. Although like Veno was like never cycled out. It's like the one hero that
But he was buffed up too easily.
that hero was just like, I'm glad that this patch is what it is.
Hey, his life's a lot harder on the dire side now the bounty rune's been moved. Then again, the bounty runes are worth less with the patch that came out just last night. So
What? The bounty rune still on, dude. The bounty rune's great.
you still like it?
I love the bounty rune. As a support, like you're a poor guy, can't really afford much, you like found it. The thing about a bounty rune, Toby, is like when you have nothing else going for you, you're happy to see a bounty rune. Like
But, now,
it's
but
nice.
now you don't get as much experience. Like
Yeah,
it's
but
not,
it's not
worth as much.
It's like the intrinsic value of like clicking a gold coin makes you feel good internally. You're just like, wow, I got it.
It's like, well, okay, well, Zeus gets to do that all the time with his taunt anyway, or we just start playing Super Mario.
Nah, but it's different. It's like, you know, your support, your life sucks. Like you have to support people that, like, especially in a pub game, you might not necessarily like everyone that you have to play with, and everyone's screaming in your ear about stuff, and you know, you don't get to be a part of kills. You die in like 2 shots to this like pebble man that like chucks trees over your head.
Yeah, and then there's that one core who's just like ripping you a new one for it all.
Yeah, he's just like, you know, all the wards are out of stock, but you know, he's pinging like, we need wards. But you know, then you find a bounty rune, and all of that becomes okay. It's like the soccer mom equivalent of wine club. Like, you know, you just have a bunch of kids kicking and screaming in the minivan, and you just, you know, you get a little bit of time to yourself, and it's nice.
What, and your mum's just there glocking a bottle of red wine, and like
Yeah,
this is the way you get through kids club.
Yeah, it's like you just need something in life to keep you going. That's the bounty rune.
And I really wonder what your family was like growing up on that front. Then
That's great, man.
did you actually drive your mother to drink?
That'd be. Well, this is like some weird dark conversation now.
It really is. It really is. All right, I guess to reconnect in a second. At least we have our food back. We're still waiting on Beastmaster to return.
He'll get back here. That hero, by the way, is It's aces.
It's aces. So you're okay with LFY picking in the first because you're like Raw doesn't do anything in this like against like the Tiny or whoever, and they first picked him. They first picked him in the draft.
Yeah, but conceptually, like, the hero is still very strong.
Which ways like do those strengths actually work against complexity in this game?
I think the vision game is always really nice for the Tiny, or for the Beastmaster in general. Like, you get to control the Roshan area very easily. I know China teams are really good about vision. I think it was actually like Kyle that told me once. He's like, Dota always boils down to like two things as like the meta develops. It's like it's vision and stuns. You need to be able to stun people, and I think a lot of the Chinese teams follow that philosophy. They've got a lot of stuns. They've got good vision. Plus, the Beastmaster like synergizes nice with the Disruptor. Like, you fly Hawk in overbound, and then you just like glimpse somebody back. It's nice.
Do you like the changes to Call of the Wild? Now they're merged together.
I mean, it continues, like, it makes the hero a little bit weird, because the hero was clearly lacking something, and what it did best is that it shoves in the waves, and in that regard, they made that even better, right? Because you just have an extra neutral that shoves in the waves. It's like you essentially get a Helmet Dom. You get like a 2,000 gold item just for free.
Yep.
Is it still 2,000 gold? Yeah, it's 2,000 gold on the dot. So, like, you just get a 2,000 gold item for free, added to one of your spells that, I mean, you're going to get anyways, which is kind of weird, right? Because most of the time, like, that's why I think they, like, buffed axes, because you want to force people into a position where it's, like, complicated whether or not you get one or the other, but, like, everyone's going to get max Call of the Wild, come on.
Yep. Just to get that extra one. How was it in the older patch? It was only 1 point up in axes. Everything else went into, like, Coal as well as in a Beast.
Yeah, there was, like, the common build was, like, 0441. Just, like, didn't even get a level of access sometimes.
Yep. In this game, like, I suppose he's got a decent amount of synergy when you had both the VS aura plus the Beastmaster aura up, but can you keep up with the PA?
Yeah, that's a big question for this game, because at the end of the day, like, you have a bunch of melee or melee-like cores, and then you've got this, like, Venge, which is, like, interesting to me as a core, has always been pretty interesting as a core. But they're going to just try to run them over. Like, this, the one thing every team should know about Complexity is, like, they come to fight. It's been a while since we've seen them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Dota's been sadder for it, because they're a fun team to watch. Like, they're going to run at you. They, like, enable, or they embody that, like, more than anybody is. Super succinctly puts PC boom, 2 boom.
I always enjoyed the complexity, the meta breaks, like when they're able to find something which is just easy to manipulate. What was it, the Axe Wyvern? They
that
did
was
with
cool.
the Ancient.
That was at Epicenter.
It
where
was.
they first revealed that.
Yep, that was when Liquid were having their run, and I think that was the newbie Liquid finals, right?
Yeah, that
The
was
first
Newbie Liquid.
Epicenter.
And then I think that was the one where Kuro, Game 5, he did AA to counter the Alk.
I think my favorite moments from that tournament was actually Chuan moving on his lion all the time. Like, that was wonderful.
He played Enchantress that last game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we actually have. All right, so I was about to say the wonderful things about Arfu and go for him on Sean, but we're actually going to go to a short break as we'll try and find out what went boom and then make it go unboom. We'll be back. And we're back. Things that went boom were boomed and then replaced. LFY vs Complexity, game number 1 of this 2-game series, and our second series of the day. I'm Toby1 here with the amazing Blitz.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I appreciate that.
The battle begins.
Knowledgeable. Main reason that Storm Spirit continues to be nerfed when you jump from mid lane to bottom lane and get a kill without even actually having to use like an ability apart from Ball Lightning.
Man, everyone. Come on,
You know,
man.
you,
Give
know
that-
you
give
are the
that hero
catalyst
back.
for that nerf, right?
Give that hero back. It's been like 2 years that I've had to like wallow and play other heroes, and it's finally good again, and then it immediately gets nerfed. What's wrong with people?
Hey, we had a successful Storm Spirit game already today, right?
We did, and
So-
we had an unsuccessful one too, so it all works out.
That way. Well, if he has too many successful games, it's just going to be balanced completely again. So let's get our minds back into this game. Z-Freak and Limp running that mid lane duo, Io and Tiny together. They're already playing around with Super, tossing him in deep. Actually, a bit of damage. With the body block, they could do a little bit more.
wants
but
it again.
it's- have they got it again? Yeah, they do. Got to
He's
pull him
trying.
away from the creep. There's the other toss. Back with the creep wave. Super. Real issues bailing out. Z-Freak will take 2 range creeps and try and just zone him out. And, well, mid lane, difficult for PA.
He's trying to make it so that Super can't salve, and he's doing a very good job of that, on top of the fact that Super...
Oh, that's South?
Well, he's...
Oh, he actually cancels it
yeah,
too.
exactly, and this is why he did it. He's like, oh, well, maybe I can get it off. No. And look at Super. He's going to TP to the lane with no salve, 200 health, and his game's just like straight up, it feels ruined right now.
How is this play meant to work anyway? Like, you have Arfu, like you can praise Arfu's Spirit all you want, but what does he do to actually change this lane matchup?
Well,
Like, you purposely gave him Io Tiny. There has to be a way to win the lane.
The thing is like normally when you play this Earth Spirit, like it's a kill hero. You want to set up or at least be extremely annoying. But the downside is like because the Wisp is just going to sit there, Z-Freak already has a full bottle. It's not really as necessary for Complexity. Like there's no rotations that they're making. They're welcoming action. Like they feel like they're going to win the fights. And they most likely will, like when it gets into these 2-on-2 engagements, and that's why Afu is saying like, this is not exactly what was planned. Not really able to go down there. Like the bottom lane, I guess, is the best place that he's going to play around. But even then, apparently this Tusk off lane is quite strong too.
Apparently for now. Moo's going to go into the trees to try and hide away from the invisible Earth Spirit. I'm about to catch him off guard, and well, there's already your first little kick. Rolling boulder forward, Moo dropping low. He's will get
really
back to the
tanky.
tower, and actually with the shots, he holds Afu in range of the tower. Inflame's able to grab the aggro of that, so the tower hits will not bring down Afu, allows him to salve up and continues the hunt for Moo in the tree line.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but that was pretty close. As Moo gonna pop his own salve now, and meanwhile, I mean, all 3 cores are actually doing pretty okay, even with all the shenanigans that happened with the Phantom Assassin. He has kept up in CS. He's barely behind the Tiny. Chessie, meanwhile, up at top, not having the easiest of times, as Venge getting more or less free farm. And I thought the laning configuration would work in Complexity's favor, but so far it's been pretty decent.
It seems a bit odd that, like, with some of the lanes, like, okay, you're running the Jakiro, you're running the Tusker. Are you happy seeing these guys as cores? Like, is this meant to give you that big power shot going into the mid game, or at least like once you cross that 10-minute mark?
Yeah, definitely, but I mean, I think laning-wise, it's going to matter quite a bit, like how the laning phase shakes up. Just because, once again, Limp tries to go for the toss on Super, this time unsuccessful, and now that Super's got the level of Phantom Strike, it's considerably harder to kill him. Like, Super is just spamming out daggers, doing a very good job of CSing as up at top.
Yeah, Chessie. Well, he's locked in the wall, but they didn't really have much more to give.
They've got like a brother in each lane. The synergy isn't there.
Oh, they're going again on this mid. Super. Real issues for him. A Stifling Dagger. Trying to slow down Limp so the tether can't connect with the balls. And the damage from Limp will be there. Able to catch him underneath the tower. Z-Freak and Limp does the job.
Yeah, and they needed something like that, just to kind of instill the fear in him. And this is a lane that you often see lots of kills happen, because it snowballs so fast.
There you go. The brothers are both in the same lane now. You are going to miss on the torrent from Kyle, so DDC can try and turn this around. Arfu comes in. They're going to glimpse back onto Kyle and then lock him inside the wall. There's not a lot Z-Freak can really do to save him. He's going to tether up forward, but this is really just delaying the inevitable, or is it? The torrent, Kyle needs more space. The damage is there from DDC. Working with Monet, they're able to get that return kill. So it's a 1-for-1. even if you are trading your mid for a support and heavy
He tosses
rotation.
him back once again. Gonna get hit 1-2 times by the tower, but Limp, without any other follow-up stun, they're not willing to commit the stun to that. Probably would have gotten the kill, and so things are gonna reset a little as Limp gonna start making his way forward. Stun's gonna connect.
They got extra health. If only they could get that toss off. You had already the torrent coming in, and now Z-Freak and Limp heavily under the tower. Z-Freak is taking so much damage, the hit from the tower will kill him off. Limp will retreat. And that perfect timing for the kick just really interrupted. The torrent was right on the money for the toss-back position.
Limp's gonna go for it again, and he's just gonna get the kill. He pops his stick, has the mana for it, and Super gonna get soloed out by the Tiny. Even better for Limp, not having to share the XP or the gold with Z-Freak. A little bit greedy.
Is that a math problem there? Not understanding the amount of damage coming out of the Tiny?
Yeah, he probably thought like, oh, he doesn't have mana, but Limp had just enough stick charges. It doesn't cost as much, only 230. Probably thought he was probably in the range of survival anyways, but does go down, and Super now has died twice. This lane, which looked kind of promising for him in the beginning, Toby, is now snowballed out of control the other way as, meanwhile, I'd like to really see Moo start making his rotations around.
Yep.
I can't imagine Tusk really needs that much farm comparatively. to the
They're
other
going
heroes.
again on mid. Inflame is going to move up through the through the bottom lane. Coming up the river, so they do have the Roar available. Arfu with the kick, able to catch out both. They're trying to focus that IO for the
Oh, here's
moment,
the
but the toss trying to pull it back in range of the tower and the Kree wave. The shards from Moo locking in LFY, so IO will die, but they'll bring down both the Beastmaster and the ES4 while up on top lane. Chessie's on the run. The disruptive wall is going to hold him there. Super moves underneath the tower. Super will go down. The aggressive toss is out. Kyle is still alive, makes a break for the tree line. The observe board is there, but DDC still does not have that vision. The brother comes to hold the brother's hand. Together they move forward towards DDC. Where's that torrent? It doesn't connect.
Still, that mid-rotation by Moo, we were talking about it. This hero doesn't need a lot of farm. And the better part about it too, Toby, is that the Beastmaster's rotation was forced out as well. And so they didn't even gain anything out of it. They lost the Beastmaster. Moo was able to make the even more successful rotation, which further adds to this Tiny's net worth. 3,800 to his name already. The Beastmaster, who was tops for LFY, going down at the same time. Very successful swing of events for them so far.
Is this that full moment where you're like, okay, LFY, like you're mentioning it, like either you can look like a fool, or look like a genius if you can beat it.
I mean, so far, the answer isn't quite there for them, but of course, they have done such a good job with the Jakiro, as we're going to see this replay here. The shards were so good, Toby.
We'll come back live to watch Moo being initiated in the bottom lane. They do have that extra stomp. Nothing like an extra neutral for Inflame to bring down Moo, and they'll work together now with Monet and Arfu to add some pressure on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and one of the better creeps that he can grab with the Centaur being able to follow up with the stun. Very nicely done, but still not the target that you necessarily want to go for as Limp continues to farm out. Now Chessie's got some space in this top lane. You notice that he's shoving in the wave so that he can start getting some of those liquid fire stacks on the tower now.
Yep. Keep that pressure up, even if he doesn't prioritize it. With the 2-1-2, Monet, Shards just holding him and forcing him to take extra damage on the bot lane. Yeah, there's that shove you're talking about, DDC. He's getting a little bit of extra experience just sitting in the sides, but there's not a lot he can really do against the Jakiro. Doesn't have a friend to help get that kill. But again, we see that rotation in towards mid lane.
They really want to do something about this Tiny,
Oh, with the Invis rune, they might be able to do so.
but he understands. If you go on the Tiny, the whistle be there. He knows that there's a decent chance that Z-Freak's going to go for the stack instead. Does have the Call of the Wild up in just 1 second. Will have the Roar available to him, and with the balls connecting, I think Z-Freak should know about this. He's pinging like crazy.
They're just body blocking up the stack for the moment. This at the end of the day is what the Invis rune turns into. Kyle, smoked up, runs over, but it's already too late. The Tiny has blocked the camp, forced the attention of Z-Freak at least,
Yeah,
and
they
now
want
he's
Super,
actually
though.
going to go for the Courier snipe. Okay, not going to happen. The Courier, in fact, reveals him and allows Chessie to back up towards the tower. He couldn't just walk over and roar.
They want mid though. He's waiting for Super to edge himself a little bit forward, and Limp trying not to give this away. This was a commitment from Kyle. If he does get the X, it should be a kill. Trying to give him the move speed bonus.
Doesn't happen.
Afu's there.
Super's observer was able to watch the movement of Kyle. I don't know if he actually got there under the cover of smoke or not.
I think he made it through the smoke, but I'm pretty sure that Super just is kind of being attentive to that situation right now. They didn't know where the gank was going. Monet was also playing a little bit passively at bottom lane just in case.
Well, a dire scan is not going to be able to connect. They're just hovering around up on the top, but not really forcing the issue that hard.
Yeah,
It's just in flame up there.
He's gonna get axed.
There's just no opportunities at the moment with the rotations. I say yet for both sides, but once you have IO level 6, this seems to be a lot easier
Yeah, things
for
change.
complexity.
And look at how poor Super is right now. He's got 2,200 net worth. He's getting catapults chucked at his forehead.
Oh, they're going to go again. Xbox spotting Torrent, trying to keep in flame off the back of Chessie, who now puts down the Ice Pass. Doesn't hit on the Beastmaster, however, but they need that damage. The glimpse away. It's going to at least send one back out again. That's going to be the Iron Storm. DDC cuts the fight in half, and Kyle caught on the wrong side of the tracks. Now Limp and Chessie retreat back to their tier 1 tower. Limp already with that Blink Dagger 10 minutes in. But this is not the fight that Complexity were really looking for, and we do see that counter to the IO maneuver and to any kind of TP support to come in when you've got that either snap for tether or just the glimpse back.
The glimpse being one of the better ways to deal with him, but at the same time, you really need to start seeing Kyle land some of those torrents. So far, haven't really connected for him just yet. A little bit off on the timing. They're going to get kills. That's how it's going to happen as Kyle going to throw out the boat.
Oh, this Torrent and Boat combination is going to hit on Arfu with the Macroplier. He has to sit there and tank it. Even the dual breath. I don't know if that's going to be enough damage. Okay, it will be. With that last attacker like flying down towards him, they'll find the kill, but Monet trapped inside the shards. DDC walls it back up again. Monet wants to get back out of here, but the snowball pulls him out of the wall and the relocate, bringing Limp into the fight. Chessie has himself a double kill, and you know they're going to go for more. Z-Freak, 5 seconds will be too long for him to escape from this extra Saturn Blaster that was there. But the dual breath is out once more. The roar onto Moo. He can just tank through this X-Master spot in flame. Got nowhere to go. Would be pulled back into Chessie, but then again, maybe that works for him. No, it doesn't. Chessie with the triple kill. Able to tank
DDC.
through it all, and now DDC, he'll find the kill thanks to that Thunderstrike. Carl's looking for a little bit more, but is it going to feed the support? No, it won't. Limp has arrived. The kick won't come through. Limp a little bit late. He tosses the tree forward to bring down DDC. And Kyle, he'll barely survive Z-Freak. Medic on the front line. What a Mercy player.
And this is exactly what you expect in a complexity game. High octane action. Both teams just willing to fight nonstop as Super. He's getting low. He's going to go down.
Oh, boy.
He cannot catch a break in this game, Toby.
Is he level? He's level 6.
He's
against a level 10 and a level 11, like gank heroes.
He has less XP than his disruptor, and I think this should kind of signal to Super this isn't working. They need to start moving him around the map. As bottom, Monet's going to get gone onto, as Moo is very tanky. No roar available quite yet. The swap's going to follow.
There's your quick snowball. It's going towards Monet. They're going to try and keep him in close. The Hellbear clap. Nope, it's just going to be the normal hit in from Inflame. But they've got a large amount of minions here, both Necrobooks plus the extra minions of Inflame, so they can focus on the Kyle. The ship will fly forward and Limp, well, he's just having a tossing good time. DDC holds him in position, the one way you can control the timing at the moment in the meta. Wall him, storm him. But the rest of LFY is still in the neighborhood. Roars are out, and the double damage Beastmaster running out. Chessie trying to battle underneath his own fire, but Super keeps his distance and allows the stifling dagger to do the work. And it's Complexity losing a couple of heroes, and that was a much-needed kill for Super.
Yeah, he really needed something to get back into the game, and even with that kill, still considerably low on the totem pole in terms of net worth. I mean, you're giggling now, but it's like...
he got like a full level and a half out of that,
I know.
It's fine.
He desperately needed that. He's still behind the Disruptor in levels, and DDC, for me anyways, is well known for being one of the poorer supports in games. Like, this guy is a hard 5, and with his Bracer and a Wand, he's very close in net worth to his PA for a large portion of the game. And that's just to give you some context to how underfarmed he is.
Oh, there are ways back into this, and you can see LFY doing it, trying to match Complexity's aggression. But Complexity don't even need to be aggressive. They have Limp moving through the stack, maybe not the most efficient, and now efficient. It's all efficient.
Yeah, now he's going to take it with this tree.
What the? dead corpses floating into the air.
Weird animations happening, but Tiny is now very strong.
Gotta remember, this game's esports ready.
Very much so, as he grabs another tree on his way out.
Aggressive move from LFY. They're going to 3-man smoke inside their own jungle. The line being drawn to run almost vertical from where they are. But this is going to be a hard gank. They don't have any vision on the other side of the river. And now Complexity, who, like, both teams have a ward watching the bottom rune.
Yeah.
But both teams are also smoked up, so no one's going to see anything.
This is a huge fight. We talked about how Complexity, they want to run at you. It feels like LFY falling into this trap a little bit. Picking these mid-game heroes. Super, he has a TP, but how much support can he provide? Tiny Wisp at the ready right now. They're trying to make the full flank happen. LFY, though, they've got the high ground.
They see him. That Observer was doing the work. The courier comes out. Okay, Walrus punched out. That ended up having, it was the Necrobook. It was the Necrobook level 2.
Would have been a significant pickup for them, Toby, but instead now they're going to show that they're all down there with the courier kill going down that way.
Yeah.
They're instead going to make their way towards mid, which is a very nice trade for them.
Well, Lim's cleaning up the creep wave pretty quickly, and you got the catapult wave with you, so why not? But this may just end up being a tier 1 for tier 1 tower trade.
Yeah. But of course, the mid-tier 1 tower means quite a bit more. Complexity, you're going to be incredibly happy with this, and they grab the courier. So net win for them.
Yeah. And it's more and more time for Tiny to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Do you actually have a late game answer to the Tiny? Like with the amount of damage the PA can do and with all the Sons of Control that LFY has? Oh, Kyle. Oh, goodbye, Kyle. Sacrifice.
Yeah. And that is the synergy between the Hawk plus the Glimpse. No one's really going to be able to survive that. I think they do have decent answers, though. Like, PA gets, like, absolute 6-slotted. Oftentimes, like, the problem with Tiny is, like, his high ground has been a little bit mediocre. But that's why the cool part of Complexity's lineup is that they've got this Meteor Hammer Tusk coming in on top of this Jakiro.
He's actually building it?
Yeah, it's the build, I guess. There's like
there's a lot of debate around the Meteor Hammer.
It's kind of cool. Like you can charge people, hold them in place, Meteor Hammer them down as super. Life, does it get easier for you? No, it does not.
They even cleaned up the entire creep wave, so he had nothing to blink strike to.
Yeah, and he just keeps getting things chucked at his head. Life's really rough for him right now.
God.
You think he's having a good time, Toby?
No. No. He's going to be thinking right now, Complexity, a bunch of tosses.
The rest of his team's kind of still doing okay, though. Like, they're doing all right.
Oh, Complexity will do something about that right now. They're going to move down to the bottom lane. The tier 1 towers will start to fall like dominoes. You've got the Liquid Fire plus just the entire fight that can come from Complexity. How does LFY even get in position? You don't for that tier 1 tower. But do you draw a line?
I don't know. Right now, I don't think that LFY can really take fights. So the game is just like scary for them as a whole. Like they don't feel comfortable moving in anymore because this Tiny's just like absolutely massive. And if they don't get the good combo off on him, and that usually means like the disruptor, then the fight just goes from like bad to worse. And you can't afford to do this against Complexity. Like give them this much map control because they will continue to run at you. Like they will take every fight that is afforded to them. Like they're one of the few teams that I'd imagine defend most of their tier 1s. Like even at this top area, you notice that move is set up with the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah.
He's gonna cast it from vision. Look at this.
Just outside of it. Then Sean forward, but cleans up the creep wave. LFY, full retreat.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. They're one of the few teams that will defend that tower. Because most of the time, what ends up happening, Toby, is we saw in the previous 2 games is Radiant go for that tier 1 tower, and you just mirror them, and you go for the bottom tier. But because Complexity, they're so obsessed with their fighting style and being active on the map at all times, it's okay for them. Is Moo gonna get swapped out, kicked as well, give them the silence, and this is more than enough to bring them down.
Good storm. And this is space created for LFY, but Complexity is stacking so heavily. Almost every time we bounce into the Complexity jungle is either watching Tiny farm a triple stack or is watching the supports stacking.
Yeah, and they're trying to do this combo again, Glimpse with the Hawk. They see the Wisp. They're going to see if they can bring him back. And that is enough time. The timing on that kick, but here comes the stun.
Oh, the avalanche space created a little bit more, but now Afu is so low. The hit from Limp, he's able to reach it. He's tossing the tree forward towards the Beastmaster. But I suppose if you take away the trees of Limp, he can't really work with much more. And DDC, his fist, really? They reach that far out?
Look at that stun duration, barely lasts.
And again, oh, support is there. Limp has a triple kill. Monet doesn't want anything to do with this. And now Super. What is he doing in here? Come on, man. You had a chance to not die. But he comes in to give Limp the last one for the ultra kill.
Super's like, I know this feeling. It's just like,
Don't leave me out of this. I want to be part of the cool kids. If we all die, we all die together.
his team's dying. He's like, guys, I know how to do this the best. Like, this is a familiar feeling. They're going to all go down. Limp picks himself up an ultra kill. I mean, there's not a whole lot to analyze, Toby. That is a huge swing.
Well, you can watch it again.
Complexity.
Analyze the fight once again.
The kick looked okay, but look at that 3-man toss stun.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I still cannot believe the range of Limp. Like, okay, you can toss the tree here, and DDC thinks he's got a chance. Even turns for a second, but that punch.
Look at the Venge stun, how long it lasts. It literally lasted for like half a second. He shrugs it off.
We're back to life. The roar is out, Jakiro, but yeah, he's only got 1,700 life to get through. Well, he's got like one of the highest strength gains of a support here, and now you bring him as a core. Macropire, dual break,
connects.
Afu, Torrent. It does do a lot of work, and that's going to allow Afu to tick count, but Chessie glimpses a long way back. Freak! Oh, the storm is out. He'll actually have to separate it. Chessie will end up going down. Moon couldn't actually get enough control over on Monet, and LFY.
This might be their
Super.
fight.
Well, he's got the feeling of death from before. Now he's actually inflicting in a double kill for him. The controller's out. Moo is low. Nowhere to retreat out this one. Monet will take that kill. And Complexity lose 3. Tiny and Kunka limping their way home.
A little bit too unsuccessful as... I mean, they felt way too confident right there. The Tiny couldn't really get in, work the space that he normally does. And thus far, going to be an unsuccessful fight for them as LFY finally beat back.
It was more needed than that one kill that Super got up on top lane. He has more net worth now than the Jakiro, so yay.
Yes, that is... You
Cause
gotta
for
take any sort of
celebration.
positives. And that was a huge swing for
Is
Super.
that his Desolator too? Yeah, that's actually his full Desolator coming in the
he
courier.
has like a reasonable amount of farm now. He's like 8 minutes behind his timing, so he's like gonna be pretty happy. Like the Deso, the power spike that you get from it is quite significant. Like the hero becomes quite a bit better as a result of it, and now
Are they grouping around Roshan? They're around it,
They
but
wanna-
it looks like it's more of a kill.
yeah, they have Necrobook plus a PA and Venge. Like this is the reason why these heroes synergize very well, because you can take these objectives very quickly, and they have a lot of artificial boost on them. The Beastmaster is going to give a lot of attack speed. As I say that,
Goodbye, Afu.
yeah, goodbye. It was nice knowing you.
He's almost finished that Assault Cuirass on the Tiny. Like, it's the best thing in the world that he actually managed to pick up that Desolator now, because once that AC is up.
They're thinking of just going in and smoking. You pop the Necros.
Yeah, they're going in.
Does Complexity have any idea of this? They don't have the best vision heroes, and they look how quickly it goes down.
Yeah. Thanks for knowing you, Roshan. First Roshan dead.
And they're going to beat a hasty retreat. Kyle, though, is in ward vision. He's going to try to take it down with his dying breath.
Oh, no dying breath. Hits the torrent, creates space.
That was weird. I thought LFY would take that fight.
Yeah.
They could have just held him back.
It's like they got another objective instead. Like, they're moving towards the tier 2 tower up on top.
But this will likely be a trade. Complexity, they can send their Jakiro in to spam it out with his Macropire, but...
I don't know if LFY really want to push this though. Like, that Necrobook is time, like, with it timing out, like, do you really have the strength in the fight?
I'm not sure. It'll be close. Because this Tiny is still a beast. This Tiny is absolutely going to reign supreme, but
Yep.
right now, Afu looked like he wanted to set up for something at bottom, but unable to do so.
Complexity unobliging on either front, either on the tier 2 tower up on top or by pressuring the bottom. They just go back to farming Limp Up. He has finished that Assault Cuirass now, and what a surprise, there is a triple stack.
Yeah,
And again, Sada's dying in the air.
that's sad.
At least you're like a couple of steps closer to heaven if you do that, right?
Yeah, but it's like you just see your friends like body floating in the air. That sucks.
Everyone, you would die in the clouds, right? Mm-hmm. Who wants to be buried? Like, if you'd be buried in a cloud and then buried in the ground, you'd be buried in a cloud.
Yeah, just like permanently float me. If I'm ever a billionaire, like I have crazy ideas, like that's the first thing I'm going to do, Toby.
So the first use of a hover platform is going to be to preserve Blitz's corpse in the cloud.
Dude, we have some weird ass topics. Anyways, LFY.
It's just the brains, man. They're looking for an opening. Kyle, not visible for the moment, so they don't get the glimpse back on him, but LFY making the most out of this Aegis, the complexity refused to fight into. Take a tier 2 tower up on top, a tier 1 tower in mid. They don't lose any of these building positions themselves, and this will start to cut into the complexity jungle. So all these stacks which have been coming their way, like maybe that's just when complexity switched the mindset. Let's stop farming ancients, let's start farming heroes.
Yeah, and with that stack completed, I mean, this Tiny still continuing to scale. Going to go for the evasion himself. Continues to hit hard, but still, I think they're trying to slow down the pace of the game because you can't afford another unsuccessful fight like that. Like, if you look at the net worth swing, the downside of having this, like, Tusk plus this trick hero is, like, these heroes don't do too much in the way of, like, farming. Like, they don't really scale as a core. You're meant to win all these mid-game fights, and now you're starting to see LFY come back a little bit, and Super, who's had like the most miserable game ever, all of a sudden has 2 items, and Toby, he is ahead of almost all the cores in the game aside from the Tiny.
He's going to believe in the RNG, man. That's the place to go to.
He gets like 2 successful crits, like that's the comeback.
Yep. Get a lockdown on the bash. Just keep building up and building up. Do you actually keep building into more damage, however, or do you get something more like SBKB?
Yeah, I think you need to be KB. If Super wins this game, by the way, he's going to be the most hateful person. He, like, the amount of suffering he's had to go through this game, he would deserve it, but deserve has nothing to do with it, as complexity game was firmly in their favor a second ago, but now it's a 1k lead, in fact, in favor of LFY.
It still feels odd though, like it feels like complexity have the unkillable Tiny. Like, we haven't felt the effect of Z-Freak in these fights just working with Limp most of the time. I wonder actually in the last engagement if Z-Freak's just been prioritizing trying to save whoever gets initiated on.
Yeah, he is. But this Tiny so far, like, okay, so you're 11-0. The downside though, Toby, is like if you die once on this Tiny, it really feels like the game ends. Like, unless it's a 5-for-1 trade or something like that, but if you're losing Limp, you're probably losing the fight. And if that's the case, then the game kind of goes out the window. Because there are scaling cores on the side of LFY. Like, you have this PA who will continue to just get stronger and stronger. Same with this Vengeful Spirit. This Beastmaster is very powerful right now. Whereas on the side of complexity, who do you really have in favor of doing damage for you? You've got this Tiny, and, well, that's about it.
Yeah. But you willingly chose this. You willingly put a Jakiro and Tusker as your 1 and 3.
So that you can take these fights, and that's why they want to try to take this mid fight. But it's scary for them, because DDC's hiding. He's very good counter so far against Complexity's heroes without any BKBs.
And you never know when you're just going to get kicked, swapped, and critted down. It's... But okay, so how are they meant to help you take the fights? Like, right now you're losing the vision battle, so LFY seems to always know when complexity is coming at them.
Yeah, the Hawks.
Yeah, so how do you stop that? You don't have flying vision yourself. It's not like you're running around with a Night Stalker. So how does complexity actually get the fight they're looking for?
I don't know. It's really difficult because it is a vision-based game, and if you notice, Inflame is just popping the Necrobook. Not even to take fights, just to scour things out. You notice that Moose cleaning them up right now, but this is meant to get rid of all these deep wards that complexity could have potentially placed. And so far, they've been pretty successful.
Where are those complexity wards?
They can't place any.
They have one defense. Okay, they have 2 defensive ones on the bottom lane now. So the one which watches any kind of movement over towards their shrine, and then the other one which watches towards the tier 2 tower.
Yeah. Vision is vision at this point in the game. Like, any sort of wards that you can get out is going to be helpful for you to isolate out the map, so that you can potentially set up for fights.
That's when you need to have the stat, like how, like the average length of ward survives.
Complexity though, they're gonna smoke up. They know there's no wards under here. They've got like 8 sentries planted around that area, and Meteor hammers down that top area. It's gonna go pretty quickly now as they scan through. I haven't quite found anything yet. As Super doesn't have that Aegis or BKB, he would be a really nice target for them. Complexity, if they could get the high ground area and maybe force this Beastmaster up, he would also be a very big kill for them.
Well, he's in the neighborhood, but once again, Inflame's too good, just scouting out with his creeps. There goes your Hawk. Kyle, well, Blink roll forward. It's Inflame going in, and the Storm is out perfectly. Kyle will take up a lot, but it's Limp stunned up. You do have Chessie with a great back and five position, but Monet with that fresh BKB, he's ready to fight once more. They glimpse back Limp and swapping him around. One more attack will do it over the wall. They do bring him down, but what is the cost now that you've lost the Tiny? It is a 2-for-2 trade-off, but LFY,
They're going to keep chasing.
looking to keep fighting out. DDC needs to the glimpse. It just came back off cooldown, but the vision, it's not there. The Hawk's too far away. Kyle just on the edge of the vision is able to TP successfully home.
Still, look at that gold change. Normally when you're the team that's ahead, the gold change goes the other way when it's a 2-for-2 like that, but because the Tiny was worth so much, Toby, and we talked about it, when he goes down, the game feels really out of control because, yeah, I mean, you're trading 2-for-2, sure, but that's still an 11-0 Tiny that you were resting a lot of hopes on.
Yep.
And now, Toby, it looks like it's the other way. Remember, we talked about it. It's, if you lose with the Tiny, or if you win with the Tiny, the enemy team's like, oh, why did we do that? You look a little bit silly, but if you're able to beat it, it opens up a lot of things for you in the draft.
And we're watching that jump in again, and complexity. You said they wanted the high ground, but they were literally in a ditch.
Yeah, they walk up into LFY, and that's such an awkward position for them to fight at. They didn't want to fight in that high ground area because there's a shrine so nearby, but walking up that area is also suicide without any vision.
Yep. That's why they tried it. They put the sentry ward down. That's how that all began. It was Kyle moving forward to drop the sentry to try and get rid of LFY's vision, but the Hawk was there from Inflame.
Yeah, and now he's going to send his beasts to try to clear up some more wards and some more vision. Doesn't find anything so far. He knows there's vision around the area, but unable to figure out quite where. As now Super almost has a BKB completed on himself. That's going to be the next massive swing for him. And Complexity, I mean, they're struggling for answers right now, and we haven't really seen, like you talked about, very astutely pointed out, Z-Freak and Limp haven't quite had that synergy quite yet.
Yeah, they need to, but then again, like maybe you flag the point, like you lose Limp and you lose the fight. What's Z-Freak meant to do? Relocate him in aggressively behind the tower? Do you turn this into that split push game?
Radiant's bottom
So Z-Freak and Limp just force out one lane, then you come into the area where potentially get initiated on by Beastmaster.
And the Disruptor.
Fu is, like, his control is really good in that last fight. Okay, yeah, he died when jumping in, but he did what he had to do. He kept 3 heroes from Complexity stunned up and controlled while they put Chessie down.
Yeah. I think Complexity most likely need a gem of their own right now. Like, the vision game just isn't going in their favor. They're steadily losing out, and the vision game matters so much in games like this, Toby, because the vision game enables your Wisp to be able to make these plays where they can make these aggressive relocates. As Kyle jumps to ship, no pun intended, shoots that X out, but it's only an illusion.
I'm fairly certain your pun was intended.
It actually wasn't. I promise. I can make claims like that.
Yeah, just like I'm not Mafia.
Just trust me.
I'll give it a shot. We'll see how it goes.
There is a Shivas though on this Chikiro, so it's like steadily starting to get better.
That armor rise is at least nice. Like the sustainability from Complexity is very, very good.
Yeah. Now there's a butterfly completed too on this Tiny, which is one of the better ways to deal with this PA, of course.
He's going to go for a BKB of his own too after that butterfly. So at least he's got an answer to DDC. Yeah, I didn't actually see, like, who was it that actually had the BKB in the fight? Because I thought for like in the last fight, it was PA who had it, but she's building into it.
Oh, Monea's.
Okay, that's Monet. Yeah, there it is. With the BKB up, snowball protection. Storm going to be completely wasted with this. They snowball forward. Okay, not wasted. It lasts long enough that Chessie will go down. Moo could not save him, and now X marks the spot. Monet, they're going to try and pull him back into the torrent. Limp putting that damage to work, but the 4-star Monet Hurricane piking himself out again, and Limp is in way too deep. LFY, they have the control, they have the magnetize, and they have a triple kill onto Super.
Super is slowly starting to become vindicated as the beginning of the game, one of the roughest early games that I've ever seen. And now he hits hard.
3,000 damage in that fight from him, out of the 8.8k that was done from LFY. And now you give him, oh, he'll take the cheese. He's that confident. He'll give the Aegis Immortal to Monet. And they're really going to push the issue. 54 seconds without a Tiny back. And that swing of the graph going very vertical.
Yeah, 9K now for them, as I mean, it feels like they've just won like the last 5 fights in a row, and yet Complexity only down one kill. But it doesn't matter because, I mean, later game kills, of course, meaning a lot more, as Torn's gonna fly out.
The force off into the swamp. Goodbye, Kyle.
Oh, Kunkka's rum isn't gonna be able to save you there.
Like a drink of toast to his corpse.
Still 24 seconds down, but Super, he just wants to continue to move forward, and he's gonna do so.
The Stifling Dagger bash onto Z-Freak. There's the RNG you're hoping for. The Storm is down once more. They'll lose the Tusker. Moon was trying
Pop.
once again to go for that save, but damn TDC, so quick on his Disruptor. The stuns are there. The mid-rax is gone for Complexity. Tiny might be back alive again, but LFY are here in Boston. They're here to stay.
Yeah, the team plays from them so far has just been absolutely absurd. They're gonna grab a second set of racks with this. Too many heroes down on the side of Complexity.
The only thing that stops them from taking the third is that tier 2 tower and bottom is still up.
Yeah, but they are going to be incredibly satisfied with that. They build another 8K on top of their net worthly that they had before. Might even rise after this. Shrine gets taken to 19, a 9,000 gold swing in the span of like seconds. Absolutely absurd.
And
Complexity.
they can just keep going anyway. Like move down, take the bottom shrine, take the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they're ping. You saw the line being drawn right now.
Yeah, like move bottom, force the lane out, keep the pressure up.
Super, he senses it. He's like, guys, this game is ours. Just continue to make our way down. They can't stop us anymore. Monet still has the Aegis on him too. And he's getting steadily so farmed.
They did, I think, burn the cheese in the fight on the PA, so she doesn't have that anymore. But with an Aegis, the Immortal on a VS is already this strong. Sure.
Yeah, plus you got your Abyssal Blade completed. I mean, there is a BKB finished on a Moo, but I'm not certain like how much of a difference this game it'll make.
It doesn't seem to make that much anymore. Like you've reached the point now where it's the physical damage that's ripping you apart. The magical control is just locking the Tiny down. He needs his own BKB, really, to function.
Bottom lane, Monet's just gonna push out.
Giving him so much money. Doesn't he have enough already? So wait, is Tiny actually moving in to Shadowblade now?
Yeah, I think he's trying to go for a Silver Edge for the PA, and he needs his mobility, but it's still pretty rough considering the Necrobooks are almost always out on the side of Inflame. Like, he just keeps popping them out with the vision. They're gonna make their way forward, maybe even take the shrine. Like, this entire map is owned by them now.
Yeah. So no way to flash farm into those items like the Shadow Blade or the Silver Edge. No way to stack because you can't protect it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to take a fight because Monet, he's got an Aegis. He's pinging forward. They want this. They're even gonna grab the shrine on their way in. They can be as greedy as they want. Get that 20k gold lead.
You gotta watch that timer on the Aegis the Immortal. That's gonna be the critical thing. You're going up high ground, so alright, so it's not that far off being expired.
And that's why LFY gonna go for the push, and they're gonna essentially force Complexity into a do or die situation. This is your last racks left. You absolutely cannot afford to take.
Okay, well, that's one way to do it. Toss him in deep, keep the snowball up. If you kill him closer towards that tier 4 town, then you got a chance to kill him off after the Aegis Immortal is gone. But you've already got the other VS up and alive, fighting. Monet turns over towards Limp. The relocate saving him out, forcing the BKB out from Monet, but they need something else here, Complexity. Both the BKBs have been popped. Super. Phantom strikes himself away with the Aegis gone. LFY will retreat, but Complexity, they wanted a kill from this. They didn't just want to make him retreat. They needed more.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be okay with that, considering they popped the Aegis and a lot of BKBs were extended. They didn't lose anything. They took some damage on the tower, but not the worst of situations for them. You gotta look at the silver linings when you're in a situation like this. Like when you're this far behind, they'll take what you can get.
Well, they can take that, but LFI continue to take map control. Tiny is barely holding that #1 position of net worth. When it's 22,000 the advantage of LFY.
Still very farmed, just doesn't really have too many options left. as they're going to make their way down. If they lose this fight, you could conceivably see them GGing out, but they don't want to just get their tower taken out slowly. They're trying to make an aggressive move.
LFY is so far back. Like, they're actually at their tier 3 tower in the mid.
Yeah, they're being incredibly disciplined about this. They're like, okay, they're not showing on the map, let's just hide. Our creeps, that's the benefit of having super mega creeps, is that the creep wave always pushes in and will reveal locations anyways. Like, if nobody defends that top area, then you know for a fact that they're smoked up. It becomes very, very clear.
Oh, there's so much money on the VS. Mask of Madness, MKB, BKB, AC, plus the Hurricane Pike. It's a beautiful day if you're a VS.
Yeah, she's incredibly farmed.
Oh, Limp. Can they get the initiation off? Boar is there, super. Monet needed to be the one in range, but they keep the vision up. Glimpse back out. They need a save. Z-Freak is preparing to relocate. Here he comes in, but yeah, okay, he'll pull him out in time. But the attack continues forward. Move. Rolling boulders in, but it's super in very, very deep with that double damage rune. Can't actually hit his mark, however. Looking for the crits, but not really getting him.
And Complexity, it looks like they're trying to trend this right now. Super starting to get low, like you said. Was pulled back, and here comes
out.
Move.
Boris punch. The kick is there from Arfu. Looking for a little bit of extra control. Super jumping down. They just keep on this PA. Will she go down the force up, down, and rolling boulder? They're pulling back in again. So Arfu will be the one to fall. Super barely alive, but alive nonetheless.
That would have been such a big kill for them. Manages to evade everything. Arfu has to trade his life, like you said, but well worth it for them. Complexity with another successful hold despite being down 20k, and Toby, it only takes a few of these. They have heroes that can deal with these creeps too. With the Shakiro and this Tiny, they can just cleave their way through them.
I'm disappointed Z-Freak doesn't go for the Ags upgrade.
Yeah, the super eggs.
Yeah, he went for the 90 Spirit Hero.
I mean, is it really that effective for him? Like, he's got the... Does the ghost ship just like still pull you? Is that the upgrade of it?
That or Jakiro defense.
The Jakiro defense is kind of funny. Like the...
You just buff him up for that short period of time.
Just that, like, the huge block.
Yeah.
It's like... Everything's on fire.
You may have needed it, but you also need the damage onto the heroes of LFY, so... You can understand it.
Yeah, as Tusk. I mean, I haven't really seen the Meteor Hammer synergy quite yet.
He's just been using it as counter push more than anything else.
Like, in that way, it's kind of cute, but... I mean, it was a pretty expensive purchase.
Over other potential control items or initiation items. Yeah. Things that which would have freed up space for the Tiny to not get destroyed always.
I'd imagine it looks a lot better when you're ahead and you can use it to, like, push high ground safely. But when you're behind like this, it just kind of feels like you get 12 strength, 12 int, 4 HP regen out of it.
Yeah, what can you do now? Complexity abating with Moo at the moment. It's a little too obvious for LFY to bite as they wait themselves. They got so much control. Halbert plus that Solar Crest on Inflame and everything else that he brings to the table.
You notice, by the way, that Kyle, he's just stacking up on all the armor items that he can for cheap. Like, he's got this buckler, and he's got this casual chainmail that I can't imagine he's got any aspirations of building into anything. It's just kind of there.
It's the sacrifice, right? Like, just as long as he can survive long enough to get his combination off. Oh, mid lane, there's your initiation going in, and we'll see if he can survive. Kyle, the storm is out, but now he's going to live with the roar into the back lines. Move perfectly controlled, lost the gem of True Sight. They'll turn their attention over towards Chessie. At the same time, Limp, Super playing with him to relocate out. He'll do some work, but Chessie stranded on the rune spot. Monet will find him, and with 3 heroes down without buyback, it's about to be 4, unless some kind of trick from Z-Freak. No, not even all his talent can save him from that situation. 4 heroes down, 3 without buyback. This will look to be the game after LFY are able to take out Roshan once more, and this will now be 3rd Roshan, so we'll add the refresher shot to the mix-up too.
Yeah, and the cool thing is that...
this could be double Beastmaster everything.
And Limp right now, with this tree, this one tree man against the world. Nobody's got buybacks. They can't help him out. He's just got to Got to hold on for dear life.
Yep. Well, good luck, Limp.
Here he goes.
No pressure.
He is instantly going to get gone on.
Into the trees, gets the avalanche, and bash. First hit. At least you get the swing back out, but it's a straight buyback. Aya's going to work with him. They've got the fortification, so at least trying to blind LFY with the new animation lights. And the kick. Oh, boo! Right in the money. They're going to get the storm down at least. And now how much life can Z3 give him? They're trying to glimpse him away. They push him out. They break the tether. There's a dive back out from Tiny. And that is GG. Well played. LFY will take game 1. After what was a bit of a rocky start, it was still all coming up super.
Yeah, Super had his vindication. He had his revenge. He had to weather that storm early on for his team to succeed. And that's what matters, Toby. Not the early game, not the mid game, not the late game, but getting the W.
They got the W, man.
They got the W.
They got a very, very strong. But hey, it was the rest of the lanes too, right? Like the VS had a lot to work with too. It seemed all around like LFY, yeah, early game goes wrong, but that's a good testament for the future in their tournament too.
Yes.
They did not look shaken.
No, not at all.
Mm-hmm. And Io and Tiny lost. It happened.
It worked for them.
Have we actually counted it? Paul, is it counted? Is Io and Tiny now a thing we won't see at all?
Well, it's a good question, isn't it? Yes, IO Tiny. We were talking, gents, beforehand, weren't we? Lyrical in particular, you and I were talking about the whole, was Tiny going to get let through? Was it going to get picked? And if it was going to get picked, why would it get picked? And we said, like, the discussion we had when we walked outside was, well, this is the best time to do it.
Right.
At this time of the tournament, the first game, first day. All right, they think they're good with Tiny. Let's give them it. Let's see if they've got it. Because if they lose with it, as they have done, we might never see it again in this tournament. If they win with it, then they're like, okay, we'll just ban it from now on.
No, totally. And I think that that's something to kind of keep our eyes on. I was not at all a believer. I was totally prepared for Limp to take over this game. And if we're honest, like, it looked like they were totally in a position to make it work. Maybe a couple of, like, item decisions in there were a little bit rough and, like, taking certain fights. But, you look at his items and what he was able to get early on, and it shows why this hero is so scary. By 23 minutes, I think he had Blink, Sanjin Yasha, and AC. And then at the end of the game, the only thing that he had gotten since then was really just a butterfly on top of that. And it felt like there were a couple of those team fights that just turned around, and maybe that's the issue with the hero, is if you can get to that later stage and make the team fights work the way that you want them to, possibly you can turn it back around from there.
Yeah, and I have to say, Super's PA to start with in the first 15 minutes, we were sitting there going, he's level 8. He's the same level as Coca right now, and he's got nothing on him whatsoever, and he's doing nothing other than walking into fights and dying. Almost looked like he was a neutral creep, didn't know what he was doing at times. And yet, towards the end of the game, you go, oh, that's why. Oh, I get it now. But that was an incredible first 15 minutes.
Yeah, it almost felt like they were punishing him for that instance the other day where he called early GG.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, Super, we're going to put you out on the island now, right? And yeah, he was just kind of suffering in that lane, and then you kind of see what they were going for. We're also joking that maybe they didn't read the patch notes because there's like a lot of armor reduction from like the PA item choice with like, if you get the Desolator and the Talon plus Venge, it's like maybe they're trying to use the armor route to cut down this Tiny. So it didn't look it looked a bit out of sync early on. But then you kind of see like the theme in the first two series that we've watched so far is that the late game synergy, or not even like late game, just the general synergy of the draft seems to come together well. And lineups that don't scale, like this is the big thing. If you think lanes are that much important and you end up going all in on these kind of lanes or lineups that don't scale very well to try to snowball, you still have to be able to finish the game. Even though there are no shrines, things to hold you back, you still need to be able to finish the game before the other team gets back into it. And they were not able to do that this time before LFY's synergy, like the Beastmaster and Revenge came online.
Well, and I was wondering, you even saw things like picking up the Meteor Hammer because they wanted to like break high ground or whatever and eventually take down those towers, and it just wasn't really going to happen. They didn't have the way to finish the game off, and I was almost wondering if like maybe you just say, all right, screw it, we're not going to hit objectives. Instead, what we're going to try and do is just constantly kill them over and over and over again. That might have been another way to do it, but in the end of the day, it wasn't enough. It didn't work out. I think that Cole is going to be kicking themselves. I think that they're going to be feeling like they should have won that game. And mentality-wise, going into game number 2, obviously they're professionals. They know what they're doing. They're going to be able to adjust to it. And I'm sure Kyle's going to help with that as well, being the captain. But I wouldn't change too much about their draft. Maybe instead of safe lane, Jakiro do off lane, but that's the only thing.
Yeah, so that's something where maybe you don't come back and conclude that Tiny was the problem. I mean, he had a pretty good game he was able to do what he wanted to. But Complexity has had this issue at times where they pick lineups that don't scale particularly well. It feels like they kind of have to run you over within a certain time, or something like a Jakiro, a Brewmaster, a hero that traditionally does not scale into the super late game as being as fearsome, then starts to have problems. So that's something they might. I don't think that they'll just change that philosophy overnight.
Right.
They're less likely to do that. But there's other details in finishing the game that they can certainly improve on.
I mean, you've said we came back and we thought this was a winnable game. That's why they're going to be upset with their performance. Do you think that they fooled us a little bit in the first 25 of this game, though? Because perhaps they should have been further ahead than they were?
Maybe.
Because LFY were keeping it kind of even in the team fight. You know, they might lose a couple, but they were picking one or two off at the same time. They're trying to keep it fairly close. Do you think that maybe was their downfall in the end?
I think it was more LFY taking structured losses, if you will. Like they were saying, okay, PA is going to suck mid for a while. We're not even going to send a disruptor there. They brought the Earth Spirit there for a little bit to try and help out. They're like, we're just going to take these hits on the chin, but we know that we're going to be able to eventually catch up with her later, maybe through fighting. Make sure that our side lanes get what they need. And then that's where, I think that it was less on Complexity and more on LFY, making sure that they took the right fights.
Okay, well, we're going to see that in the MVP, because you might be surprised by this, because if we'd stopped the game at 20 minutes, I'm pretty sure this man would not have been MVP.
Yeah, Monet is a monster. Though at the end of that game there, when he just hit the Hurricane Pike, was hitting Tiny from crazy far away, the Agi, the Vengeance Aura damage, Venge just hits so hard, even after the changes that she ended up receiving.
Well, there you go. That's kind of the theme with Monet. They give him a more self-sufficient carry a lot. This hero obviously can set herself up for kills, can rotate early on to those fights to get some of those return kills that you were talking about. And then again, going back to synergy, this lineup has vision. This lineup is also very good into Roshan. You're talking about a PA, you're talking about attack speed, armor reduction, and damage auras. So Roshan, anytime they get an opportunity to take a fight, they just control Rosh right afterwards. And obviously Rosh is one of the key points. It's just more and more valuable now than ever before with the extra refresher orb. It's also a point to turn around games, especially in a situation where you need to be able to buy a time. If you're able to find a timing to get a Roshan, the other team cannot end the game in that period for the most part. And that's, if they're able to secure that, then it's really hard for Complexity to win this.
I mean, he could also, you actually get a refresh orb on Beastmaster, uses 2 roars, and it's the duration of 1 roar on Tiny because of status resistance, so he actually gets to play his hero, finally.
It was good. Good performance from the LFY boys. They were the favourites to win this one, and they've confirmed their favourite status with the opening game of their tournament. Complexity, on the other hand, they might be kicking themselves in the break. They'll regroup and they'll get themselves back ready. And that's exactly what we're going to do right now as we head to a break just before we go back for game number 2 very shortly. Welcome back to the Perfect World Masters live from Shanghai. We're back prematurely, perhaps a little bit earlier than planned, but that's because the players have decided that the draft is something they wanted to get into. So we're going to drop you into it right away alongside our panel members. I just want to quickly highlight as well with you guys, we just got news in our ears that Kingwin have won the opening game against Newbie. That's a bit of a surprise, frankly.
It is. It's a European team that I think not a lot of people would be familiar with. I had the pleasure to cast a lot of their qualifiers coming into this.
I hear you're an honorary Polish citizen now.
I love it. That's sure, why not? I'm happy to do it, man. I've been to Poland before. It's a beautiful country.
It is.
But I think that a lot of people wouldn't be expecting it, but they are an incredibly talented team, and beating the TI runner-up, it's not a bad way to show up on your first land.
Yeah, we'll see whether they get maximum points. It's over on the second stream if you want to have that in dual side-by-side glorious Dota 2 action as we come live from Shanghai. First pick in this time round. The Ogre has returned for complexity.
So this is a hero that they banned in the first game that LFY has picked quite a bit, and a hero that's back to increasing in popularity, and so they're going to go take that away.
Yep.
First.
They've banned the Wisp this time as well, so they may have beaten them, but they were still annoyed by it.
Oh, now it's their turn.
Oh, man.
Okay.
I really like this opening from LGD Forever Young.
Whoa.
Immediately into this.
Okay.
So the Tiny Omni are just, it's kind of like, what are the most disgusting heroes of this patch so far? And that's what they've decided to go with here at the start. And then the Razor, we've seen Razor a lot against like Omni Knight, or just against some of these melee cores. He just makes the lane very difficult to deal with. So when you pick that Razor, I mean, you're already thinking like, he's probably gonna get a good lane matchup somewhere.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes. So
yeah, I think even the construction staff here at the arena were surprised by that tiny Omni Knight. You probably heard that in the background.
They're falling over. They can't handle
They're
it.
just falling off all the ladders. And then an Ogre Razor, and it was an instant Razor as well for Cole.
I think that they were expecting this opening, maybe. I think that when you play against people this much, you start to like build up that anticipation of what's going to happen. I think Razor's pretty good against Omni Knight as well, because if you go for like a solo GA, you can purge that off with his passive. Those things start to work, and of course, just stealing damage away is pretty solid as well. So I like the opening, I think, though, for LGD Forever Young a little bit more. It's more like strong meta heroes.
Well, again, going back to that theme that teams always have, right? Like, in a lot of ways, the meta is what the stronger teams are picking and winning with. And so you develop that own style, people have to react to you. You then become the ones who define the meta. And I think that's the ideal hope for every team to reach, as we see their Inflame and Afu.
What a bunch of cool guys.
They all, wasn't it? Yeah, I think they all got fined for that Super instance. The Super got docked a month's pay, and I think everyone else, plus like the managers and like the coach, lost like a half month's pay or something in that instant.
So what was it that exactly happened? Because I know he GG'd out because he was upset, right?
Yeah, so they went to it. They weren't together on land. They went to like a different location because I think I was applying for the Macau visa to be able to. It's not really a visa, but like you need a pass if you're in China
pass,
to get to. So they were applying for that, and they were separated, and they got really tilty and upset, and they just GG'd out. And then LGD came out and was like, "We've got to announce some fines," and then that's what the punishments ended up being for that.
Well, they ban out the Quap, the Storm, those mobile mid heroes. I'm kind of interested to see if LGD Forever Young want to take the Tiny to a different lane. I don't think that they want to run it mid, personally. I think Monet, I think I've seen him actually play it a couple of times, like a year ago or something.
Which one, sorry?
Monet? I could be wrong about that.
Monet playing what, sorry?
Tiny.
Seconds remaining.
It wouldn't have been recently.
No, definitely, like last 3 months, not anything in his current set of picks.
But Witch Doctor also taken. I like this hero. I don't know if it's going to be... it's sort of weird because they don't know what the offlane hero is, but Witch Doctor is pretty much able to zone out anybody as long as he's got some decent help there. Just this really strong laning hero.
Yeah, they usually play it as a 5 on this team. It's usually a DDC hero for LFY.
LFY's turn to Enchantress.
Oh.
So this is another, I don't know, not just region, but almost I feel like an NA special in recent months at least. You've seen people use it.
CIS shuffle.
Oh, that's right.
Certainly.
That's right. VP, my bad.
CIS always Enchantress.
10 seconds remaining.
You see it against like Vipers or something like that for a little bit, and in this case, again, like I don't know, maybe this is you're seeing like different answers to Tiny, right, or different solutions to Tiny, maybe either as support or a core in one of the lanes, and maybe this is one of them as well.
I mean, if anybody would know what it would be Limp. That's for sure. That guy plays it all the freaking time. Yeah, I think Enchantress seems pretty good here. I would imagine this would be a Z-Freak hero. And then you start running around afterwards, try and gank mid a couple times. They could end up running at Moo also. Who is it that's been playing Enchantress all over the place in NA recently? They're playing it off lane. Oh, no,
You're thinking of like Mason
I'm thinking
or
of
something?
General, actually. No, is Navi who's playing it a lot.
Yeah, CIS again.
Yeah.
So a slider. Okay.
So pretty good natural synergy. He's also offers like if you have a super defensive support like Witch Doctor, and then you have an offlaner who also really isn't like that sort of a tempo like initiator, then you want something like that usually in your lineup. Otherwise, it becomes very unbalanced. So having starter who can fill that role, and then you have the synergy as well. So it's a solid pickup there.
Are they going to be able to punish or like try and go for a dual lane type of thing at all? Because it doesn't feel like it's that like easy to try and contest an Ogre's lane. If Ogre just runs mid and makes sure that whoever's there has a really good time. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like what the Slardar is going to do early game, because he's going to be going against like either a Razor in the safe lane or probably an Ogre sitting mid. I don't really know if Slardar is going to do that much early.
It could be part of a strong duo. If you have him with like the Omni Knight and the safe lane is like their lane they're up against is a bit weak. It's actually pretty bullying to have those two together.
Yeah,
So the type we would assume is Moose
yeah, I think so.
in the off lane.
Maybe they'll go next level and just like anchor smash mid against Tiny.
What did you make of his tusk in the last game, by the way?
I didn't like the Meteor Hammer.
No one liked that.
The most
no.
polarizing
No one
item
liked
in
that.
Dota.
No one in the room liked that anyway.
Yeah,
What are you going to do? Bash heroes?
but his early game was amazing.
Yeah.
That was really solid. A couple of his rotations with the shards and everything felt very, very strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just
became very ineffective towards the end,
yeah.
late game.
And like he was level 11 when the PA was 8. He was up there
Yeah,
with
yeah.
everybody
I
else.
think that the Cat was sat next to me and he said it's very rare that he would look at a game and go, yeah, Moo's the issue here,
Yeah.
right? Because at points he was, and he thought, well, that's weird because he's such a reliable player.
Well, and I didn't want to like hate on it too much, because I think the idea with the Meteor Hammer was like, all right, we want to be able to help take those towers a little bit quicker, but I did feel like it became a bit of a, not a liability, but that he wasn't able to do as much saving as they might have wanted. TA taken.
So speaking of heroes that we've
Some real mix of heroes here, though, for complexity. Not the kind of popularist heroes that we're used to seeing them.
Yeah, they don't have many stuns. Like they have just basically Fire Blast, which isn't that great.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I guess if they're not very effective against Tiny, then it's okay. But I kind of feel like I really like LGD Forever Young's draft.
that buffed trap damage though.
I don't know, man. I think DP's a great pick here. Razor's probably just going to get eaten alive later on. I don't know. I think LGD Forever Young has this.